Hello. Sorry if I just yelled in everyone's ear. Hello. Hope you're all doing well today. I am ready for some art. So I'm actually pretty happy with the painting from last stream, and I worked on it a bit yesterday. I think I'm not going to work on it more right now, but I want to try something today, and I don't know if we're going to actually do like voting and thumbnailing and all that. I mean, I might do thumbnailing, but I want to try like another painting kind of the same thing, but of like a totally different perspective. Like maybe one where the camera is like right here and we're looking up at this thing and there's like this giant wave coming over it. I'm using my mouse right there. But like just a totally different perspective. Yeah, I don't know. I think it might be fun to try that. So I think that's what I'm gonna work on for a bit. At first, I might end up just ignoring that entire thing. Oh, it's a raid. Welcome, raiders. How are you? I am not setting up anymore. I am set up. Ignore the words on screen. I'm just beginning stream. I'm here. I have my tea. Welcome, raiders. Silasay, thank you so much for bringing your community over. Welcome, Silasay's community. How do you do on this fine wait, what day is today? Is it Monday? It's Monday. On this fine Monday. How's it going on this Monday? Hello, Coder Joe. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome, Silasay. Welcome, Raiders. What's this? Wait, there wasn't... Well, okay, I'm not gonna shame people for not spamming the "what's this" to inspire the SIL team message. But there's one of you, though. At least one person. How's it going? It's Monday. I know it took me a second. I normally don't work on Monday. Well, it's about 50-50, and I work today, and then I just woke up. It feels like a totally different day. Nicera, hello. Also, Darth, welcome. So yeah, I guess my name's Joe. I mean, I don't guess. My name is Joe, and I paint environments. And today we're gonna work on another environment. I was just finishing saying that maybe I sort of know what I'm gonna do today. Normally, I don't have any clue, and I start the stream with a whole bunch of idea sketches, and then we vote on one, and then we work on it a bit, and then we take it to something. So, for example, last stream, these were all our little idea sketches, just random stuff like this, and we voted on this one, and then we scaled it up, and we painted up, and we painted on it, and I obviously changed it, right? I got rid of all the green. I decided that was a little confusing if it was all clouds. I guess I mixed the green and blue and made like a teal, and now it looks like clouds and waves, but it's mostly clouds. Anyway, so that's what we did last stream, and that's kind of what we're gonna do again. Good question. I had trouble pasting the message at first. Okay, no worries. But yeah, welcome in. I'm not. I wasn't trying to call people out for not spamming the raid call, but I do know that still has the raid call, and oftentimes I'll get, bombarded with messages. But yeah, how is Sil stream? I know Sil normally raids and runs, which is understandable because I do too. And yeah, what was Sil working on? Does anyone want to fill me in on the detail? Spill the tea, as the kids might say. I don't know. Do kids even say that? I feel like that's not. I don't know. Maybe it's some older than kids, but younger. I don't know. I feel old. Uh, YOLO Swag, how are you? Looks great. I fall asleep way before this day. So actually, I did a little bit of the rest of the owl sort of thing. I did work on this off stream. I worked on this yesterday during our Sunday art time in Discord. So I did work on this, not on stream. But yeah, that. So I kind of cheaty, right? I sort of. It didn't actually look like it. What it looked like last. Oh gosh, I didn't save a. Hold on. Let me find a thing. Oh crap! Why? Whoa, wait. This is a JPEG. Hold on. I'm confused. Let me open up the original file. I haven't started yet. My stream is. I'm still only 10 minutes in. Haven't started painting yet. That I will get to it. I promise. But first, let me just share the progress from last stream, and then show how, I came to where I am now. Basilisk, how are you? And Crunchy, hello, and everyone. Nicera, Waco, Kath, did I say hello to everyone? I think I said hello to everyone. I hope everyone's having a good Monday. It was chill as always talking, and she was doing more work on one of her pieces. Nice. Does anyone want to well, I don't know, steal a screenshot? Is that like breaking a streamer code, screenshotting someone else's work and sharing it? I guess I can just go look. If you guys don't know Silas A, she is wonderful. I mean, most people just came from Sil's stream, so, that's kind of how these things work with raids in the first 5 minutes of stream. But if you don't know Silas A, she is amazing. She does beautiful art, mostly of fantasy ladies, sometimes with pointy ears or horns or all sorts of stuff, wings, fantasy stuff. Her stream is fantastic, full of exciting stuff. That's not it. I'm like the worst sales pitcher. Anyway, that's / shout out Silas Say. Okay, that's, yeah. Let me just go to her DeviantArt, and then I'm going to share some of the stuff that she does. Let's see. I always struggle spelling it. Like, I get it right, but I don't know what letters I'm hitting. Okay, here we go. Just bear with me. Also, I'm exporting my time lapse so I can share what I did last stream properly. Okay, here we go. Here is Silas's DeviantArt. She has some of the newer stuff. Here, gallery. Let's go to gallery. So yeah, I think this is one of her newest paintings. Or I guess it's been a while since she's uploaded, hasn't it? Huh, okay. I mean, or probably more recent than I have. But yeah, so she does a lot of fantasy characters. This looks like an orc, perhaps. And then like this character with horns and, hooves. Very fantasy. Nexia's Cell is an amazing artist. Yes, exactly. Do what Nexia said. So this is Silas A's DeviantArt, or that's her gallery. Go follow her if you don't already. And also, I just want to say, she is one of the people who, I don't want to say kickstarted my stream, but basically sort of kickstarted I don't know. I mean, my stream was already growing, and then she raided, and then a bunch of her community started hanging out here, and my stream just kept on growing. And honestly, even on Twitter, like, it started where I was just like a little nobody on Twitter. It was literally her who convinced me to start on Twitter, and then she retweeted a tweet of mine, and then I got my first like 300 followers like day 2 or something. It was seriously like the initial like shove. You know how like there's like that the person like go on young child and they encourage them. That was like Silas A with my stream and Twitter. More so Twitter than with stream, because I was actually already streaming for like a year and a half before she came. But as far as like, but as far as like, I don't know, growth and just, I don't know, it means a lot. So thank you, Sil. Hey, you're here. I pulled you out of lurk. Getting all mushy. But yeah, anyway, this is Sil's stuff. Go follow her. She's awesome. All right, back to trying to start stream. Let's start for today. You're so welcome. Your work is so impressive. No. All right. So also, okay, I remember I said that I worked on this off stream, a little bit of Rest of the Owl. This is about what it looked like at the end of stream, somewhere in here. I think it was this. And then I changed up the composition a little. In fact, I actually need to make this smaller in the background, I think. And I worked on this more off stream, and now it's this. But I'm gonna keep working on it because it's not really finished. A boost is a boost, bro. No, I agree. I mean, I'm super thankful for it. It's always the streamer that keeps the people rocking. To you also, Also, what I see you doing is awesome looking. Oh, thanks. Yeah, so unlike Salse, who likes to actually finish nice things on stream, I don't typically finish stuff on stream. I like to start new stuff, get right into the process, come up with ideas on the fly, make a giant mess. That's kind of how I vibe with it. So, yeah, welcome in. All right, time to do art. I have my tea. I have everything I think I need. I can close that. Oh yeah, this I can save as a new file. Hold on. I'm still setting up stream, so I'm a little slow. I kind of didn't prepare my file today. Normally I open up like a template like this from last stream, and then I have to save it as a new file in a new folder, which I haven't even made yet, because I have all of my stuff from old... What am I doing? I'm hitting wrong buttons. So these are all my folders from old things. 3, 5, 4. There we go. So yeah, this is how I start each stream. Oh, I guess I'm sharing my whole screen. You guys can see that. All my sea of folders. Fantasy environment are always a treat. Oh, thank you. Well, I hope it will be a treat. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. All right, let's delete that. Let's save it again. Let's turn back on the time lapse. All right, there we go. Now I can start painting. Slide that show. Oh, yeah. I was just showing what I was doing, because when I'm clicking through menus, I'm trying to get in the habit of showcasing what it is I'm actually doing, because sometimes it's confusing. Now, I gotta lurk until my Wi-Fi behaves again. All right, Kath, happy lurking. It was kind of wild to see all my folders. Yeah, so I think my folders are organized. I mean, I don't know. That's pretty organized, right? Like, how could you not find anything? You know, just remember the number of the painting. Be like, oh yeah, remember that one thing with those towers? Yeah, that's 277. You know, easy, right? How could you forget? Or you have to like squint and like look at the thumbnail and be like, oh yeah, it's this painting. I remember this one. And then you're like, oh, there it is. You know, very, very easy and organized. They're just labeled by numbers. Jesus Christ, Joe. Yeah, I mean, this is only part of them too, right? The number starts at 101, so I have literally 100 folders that isn't this. So, not too bad. But yeah, I mean, we could like roll a lottery. Oh gosh, that would be kind of interesting. We could do like a giveaway, but you roll a number, and then somehow you get the number of... So like, if you like 269, and then you're like, cool, and then you get this painting, so you would get like that painting or something because it's 269. Anyway, that could be a thing. I don't know, maybe. I have no idea. I'm just spitballing ideas here. But yeah, every folder is just one of our streams. Sometimes it was turned into a thing, like a print. Other times it didn't. I don't know how that would work, but it's not like I have prints of all of them. That would be a nightmare. So maybe I'd have to do that like literally the day before I order prints so that I could actually add that one to the print. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Okay, time to paint. Let's actually do art on today's stream. I'm going to start with some, well, not really random colors. Blue for the sky, because blue skies are pretty cool. Oh, wait, no. I said I was going to do... Okay, hold on. I'm going to do that after. Let me just slap in some colors. I was going to do like a really low down looking painting from like this vantage point, looking upward at this, so like in 3-point perspective, and you see like this giant cloud wave sticking over it. What do I consider the most random color? I don't know. I don't really have a I don't know what no, there isn't one. What do you mean? I mean, if I'm trying to think of a color that you don't typically pick, probably like an ugly yellow gray or something like this. I don't know. I can't imagine a lot of people are like, let's pick a nice color and jump straight to the desaturated olive looking color. Like, I don't know, but I don't think it's random in the sense, I don't know. I don't even know what that means. But I just like to start with random colors. Anything, doesn't matter. I guess that's what you're saying, right? Because I said random color. But yeah, just start with a variety of things. Doesn't really matter. Maybe get some bright yellow in there. And I'm not really trying... I'm just starting abstract. I will hopefully get to a painting that looks something slightly worse than this, but I don't know what that means. Yeah, I don't either. Thank you so much for the follow. Fee Fantastic and ISO. That's a lot of vowels. ISO. How are you? I'm going to be sketching shipwreck things for my sketch event this week. I'm kind of excited. I think one of the days I'm going to attempt environment thumbnails. You should. Everybody should. So even if you don't like environments, you should totally try sketching environment thumbnails. I think it's a really good exercise on composition. Because instead of like, I want to put a tree here, it's more like there should be a clump of something, right? To balance out this whole scene. And it doesn't really matter what goes where. Like when I was painting this, for example, you know, maybe I say, oh, this should be smaller, and I actually think it should be smaller. Whoa, that's not like that. What? That was wrong. Hold on. Can I merge layers on the fly? Okay. So, like, you know, maybe I want this like that instead, right? So I just make a selection, pan it out, and a lot of, and that actually probably looks better. So a lot of what I do is just kind of, it's basically playing with composition. You're saying, okay, well, I have something here, and maybe, you know, this side is too light, right? This side's too light, so let's add some dark, and this side is too dark. Well, what if I added a little bit of light in here somewhere? Like, maybe there's some light shining in here. And sometimes it's just a matter of balancing things out. You know, maybe you put some light in there that way. It's kind of that sort of thing. And that's sort of what I do here. Oftentimes I just start with random shapes. I don't even have a theme. And I kind of build on it. And it's not really rocket science. It's more... I mean, actually, it's... No, it's not. What am I saying? But I think... Yeah, it's just a good composition exercise because you really are just trying to make the painting feel balanced. You're exercising some basic, you know, perspective and various other things. But on the whole, you're not really... You don't even have to have a plan going in. You just have to sort of put in shapes that look fairly interesting. And then once you decide what something could be, then you can start... So, for example, I just made a giant tower back here, and I kind of like that idea, but suppose I want to make a tower. Well, first of all, this is like, you know, kind of the corner of our painting, which is okay, but maybe we could move the tower inward. Okay. Well, maybe I want a group of them back here anyway, so what if I made this tower short, right? This tower tall, but now we're, like, our eye level's here. You know, compositionally, we're kind of off the page. I don't know, it feels like if this is a tower, maybe we should be looking up at the tower. So maybe I scoot the whole thing down. This is going to be, you know, we're looking up now. Because we don't have any perspective, really, because everything's just flat shapes, so we can do this. Normally, when you start painting things in actual 3D, or like, you know, drawing a box, like if this, you know, if this is our eye level, and you draw a box... Or what? This is not a box anymore. It's a different shape. Pretend this is a box, right? You can't just take this thing and move it down here. That's not how perspective works. But if it's just a shape, right? If this is just an opaque shape that's representing a box, well, now you can move it down here, right? Because there is no perspective, right? I can add on the top of it later, right? Whereas before I had the bottom of it visible. But now you can just sketch on the top if you want. So you can move shapes. It's very hard to move forms. So that's why one of the reasons why I start in 2D, or not 2D, but you know, just big silhouettes. If I want a cloud that goes this way, you know, pointing right to the big tower, then I can do that. Hey, good afternoon! And Sander86, how are you? Hello, excuse me, sir, your paintings look amazing. No, you're very kind, Fee. Or is it Phi? Is it Phi? Probably Phi, fantastic. Also, Vana, if you need random colors, you can use color palette generators, but otherwise, I don't know if any color is more random from the last. Yeah, I think they just meant because I said random colors. And technically, they're not random. I typically prefer something that has some, I don't know, that can spark some interest. No, it's Fee. My name is Sophie. Oh, okay, Fee. Okay. Fee. Well, welcome, Fee. I'm really bad at names, so I'm gonna butcher almost every name. Sindit96, how are you? We got the numbers in the names. We got Sander86 and Sindit96. I like it. And then I have numbers in my name too. So yeah, a lot of times my sketches are pretty much this simple. I just focus on values. Also, I don't typically draw on my horizon line. I just did that for explanatory purposes. Maybe I want a big shape in here. I don't know. Is this in shadow? Could be. You shouldn't go into details or anything, but I am just drawing some lines to give myself some hints as to what the forms might be. I don't know. Maybe there's a road. I don't know. Could be anything. But yeah, this is kind of how I like to start. Maybe our tower in here. This doesn't look great. Maybe we want to balance out this side. This side can be... Oh, I know. Maybe there's like these golden fields or something that are kind of reflecting down. There. Something like that. So just like that, I have some sort of tower, some painting that kind of works. Maybe some shapes in the background. Maybe we want to customize the shape a little. Towers have a way of looking not very great sometimes, shape language and all that. Maybe we'll duplicate the shapes back there. Another thing you can do, just play around. If you don't know what to do, sometimes you can find a color palette that works just by taking different things like overlay layers. Maybe you want to add some dustiness to the sky. See what would happen if you did different color choices. Maybe you want to make it more saturated. Slide the music titles. Oh, thanks, Kath. I thought I did that today. Let me go back. Turn on music titles so they scroll across the top of the screen. Click. Here we go. Okay, that should work. Also, I am totally on the wrong layer again. How about that? Let's make a new layer. Put this on below. We'll take a paint bucket. There we go. Oh gosh, I didn't want the overlay. There we go. So yeah, that's one thumbnail. And that's kind of how I like to start out all my paintings. Just very, very quick. Sometimes it's something simple. Sometimes it's slightly less simple. Depends on how I'm feeling. I'm not typically super innovative when I do these. If I want to be more innovative, I tend to slow down. Maybe not even work in color. Black and white works just fine. Otherwise, I'm just relying on a lot of muscle memory and just shapes and stuff that I've done maybe before. I typically try to do something new. Like maybe pick a color combination that I'm not used to. Or start in a slightly different way. Can you do one in black and white? Yeah, I can do one in black and white. Sure. Let me just turn on my black and white filter and pretend it's black and white. No, I'm kidding. I mean, I could. But actually, okay, you know what? This is okay, yes, I can. And I was joking about that, but I'm not joking. If you... Yeah, so I'm going to turn off the slideshow for a moment. You can turn your screen to grayscale by Control Windows C. Will make your screen in grayscale. You can toggle it on and off, and you can still pick the color. Joe on fire tonight? I don't know about that. See, so you can still pick your color. The color bar still will jump around just like it is normally, right? Except this time I can only see the black and white, and so can you. So one thing you can do is you can pick some fun colors. Maybe let's just do something a little wild. I don't know. Maybe these colors are good, maybe they're not. I want a little bit of bright and a little bit of dark. Okay, so let's do this, and then I'm going to color dodge just to get some fun colors. That's not fun. That's not color dodge. Let's try that again. There we go. That's fun and color dodge. Slightly more color dodge than fun, though. I'm not sure how I feel about that. But anyway, that's the colors are nice enough. So one thing I can do is now I can turn my screen to grayscale. I can take a new layer, so I'm no longer on color dodge. I can take my old basic brush, and now I can just treat this as white colors, dark, and anything in between, right? So if I want to make a shape, say, I don't know, maybe I put some brightness back here, and some darkness in the front. And maybe there's some paths of light, right? And you get that bouncy light, also known as bounce light, not bouncy light, but you know what I'm saying. Right? Maybe there's some shapes in the background. Maybe these shapes have a bit of darkness here. So stuff like this is a great way to paint, where you can start just carving out shapes, adding some layers. But I am working in color, so I see everything in black and white right now, as you should too. I even see your names on the screen in black and white. Literally everything is in black and white. But let's say I want a darker color. Well, I can just pick a darker color from here. So like this is kind of cheating because I'm color picking this dark gray, which isn't actually dark gray, it's something else. Probably like a purple, but then I just decrease its darkness manually, and I know that it's going to be the same color, but just darker. I don't have to do that, but I don't even know what color it is. It's not exactly anyway. Kind of like this white in here. Maybe I want to add in some patterns back here. And this is also a good exercise to practice things like small, medium, large, if you want to carve out little negative spaces or negative shapes of light. You don't want to draw too much attention off the page though, so maybe not up there. Maybe back here. Add quote, bouncy light. Yes, bouncy light. And maybe we add some more. Maybe this whole environment is shapes that are... So maybe this kind of shape in the foreground is the same up there as back here. So I'm trying to repeat some patterns. Hamster tree. All right, Gandalf. Hey, Gandalf. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Joe. Hope you are well. I am doing well. I woke up about 10 minutes, 20 minutes before stream. So... it was a good nap. My brain was kickstarted with a Silasay raid, and now I am doing some art in black and white, which is not actually black and white. It's all a myth. I'm actually painting in colors. Ooh, these actually look kind of cool. So yeah, that was the result of painting in black and white. So Vana, you asked for me to paint in black and white. This is the result of it. But even now though, it's funny. You still see some issues with what you did. I don't have enough layers. Not layers. plane, like layers in the sense of like 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Like I wanna make it look. I want these layers to be spaced as if they're in perspective, right? So I have all these little horizontal lines that sort of create this artificial plane, and each line that I have, whether it's a line of light or a line of shadow, is helping sell that illusion of depth. Because I don't have big defining overlapping shapes, right? Like I don't have like hills. It's kind of a flat road. So those things can help. Yeah, maybe there's some more light in here. But yeah, Gandalf, how are you? Ooh, underwater. Nice. Hope you're doing well, Gandalf. So, 2 prints. I will send those to you. I will send those to you, hopefully sooner than later. Last time it took me... Well, I'm definitely going to have to send them out before the 6th of February. Because that's when I'm going on a vacation. And so then I'll be gone for a little over a week. Or at least I'll be away from streaming for a little over a week. Wait, I wait to redeem 2 at a time to save on shipping? I appreciate it. Yeah, that works. So yeah, I'm definitely going to end up packaging them up before then. But yeah, I don't know. I think I'll be able to send them out pretty soon. I'm just trying to be honest, because I think last time it took me a while to send them out, and I just sent them out a little bit ago. So I sometimes will build up a little backlog before I actually do it. But not ideal. You should be... People, don't follow my lead. Be better. But anyway, I kind of like this thumbnail. So that's a fun one. It's kind of the same as this, though. Alright, now I want to jump to the one that is like this one, but 2.0. This version 2.0. And that is looking up at these clusters of towers. So maybe they're off the page or something. Let's see. Maybe they're off the page. Guess we can start dark blue again. Same color palette, maybe. I want my free prints in a timely manner. Right? This is the yeah, that like the begging chooser mentality. Have you guys seen that subreddit? There's a subreddit called Choosing Beggar or Begging Chooser. I don't know which. It's one of those two. Probably Choosing Beggar. But it is amazing. It's basically just people posting either like screenshots of their messages back and forth between people who are essentially getting angry at them for not doing what they want despite them begging for free stuff already. And it's a gold mine of, if you ever feel bad about, it's basically just like clients from hell is essentially what it is. And there's something to it. Maybe cathartic is the right word, where it really is a great subreddit. It's full of fascinating stories, and yeah, it just kind of puts a smile on your face. I know that. Yeah, that's good. I feel like everybody should check it out at some point. It really is great. A lot of yeah, like people threatening to sue because they aren't delivering a TV for them that they are getting for free, and it's like, how dare you not hand deliver my appliances that I'm not even paying for? And it's like, I'm gonna sue you, and they're like, what? Anyway, Joe, did you see my finished dragon? I don't think so. I'd like to share, but I don't know if you've already seen it yet and don't want to spam. No, I'd love to see it. Lots of girlfriend-boyfriend application requirements and stuff. Oh, yes. Stuff like that, too. Yeah. I mean, it's funny. I never felt those were as bad because I think if you're gonna, like whatever, if you have strict preferences, like at least, I guess, if something's a deal breaker, whatever, put it out there. It certainly makes, I don't think it shines a good light on the person making those silly requirements. I feel like that is extremely, well, silly. But you know what? I don't know. I feel like they're free to do that. But yeah, there are a lot of those really ridiculous stuff. Lots. Oh, I didn't mean to share that. Sorry. Try not to share other people's art on screen unless you're Silasay or someone who rated me. Oh, this is nice. This is wonderful. I have seen this, but this is beautiful. I wasn't sure if I had seen it, but yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, I like the watery effects. It's cool because up top you have like the more opaque look, and then down below you have like the transparent stuff. It almost looks like it's turning to ice. Is that what it's supposed to be? So it's icy on top and steamy on the bottom. Is that the idea? That okay. Okay. Icy on top, steaming on bottom. You got the steam, you got the water down below. This is super cool. Yeah, you did a great job with this. It's so I feel like yeah, it's so nicely done. This is a fantastic material study. And this is the type of thing I think more people should do, including myself, is take on things like come up with painting ideas that are slightly ambitious so that you can force yourself to go out and learn the thing that you're painting, right? In this case, maybe you aren't super comfortable painting water and ice and steam, so you paint the dragon that's part all three, and you're like, holy crap, I have to go and study this stuff and figure out how I'm going to make this thing look like the thing I want it to look like. And I think that's just a fantastic way to paint. And I think over time, if you keep on taking on fun projects like that that are a little bit ambitious, I feel like that is the one of the fastest ways to grow, because you're constantly in this state of pushing yourself a little bit. And you know, as long as you're, but I think when I say pushing yourself, I think some people might cringe at that, like, oh, he's advocating for you to be hard on yourself. And no, I actually think you can learn to really enjoy that. I don't think it has to be a negative experience. I think it can be extremely fun because you are learning stuff, but also you're painting exactly what you want to paint. It's and to me, that kind of painting is far more satisfying and fulfilling because you are painting exactly what you want to paint, but also you're not shying away from slightly ambitious stuff. And I don't know. I like to paint things that I haven't painted before. I found one gem of a subreddit recently. It's called Never Broke a Bone. You can only join if you've never broke a bone, though. Wait, what? Well, I'm out. I've broke a bone. I have fallen off my table when I was little, and I fell on my wrist, and I broke it. Yep, I was crawling. I was like 2. I don't even know if this is a true story, because I don't remember it. I mean, I feel like I remember it, but I'm pretty sure I don't, because that's how brains work when you're 2. But the story goes, or maybe I don't even know if this is the story. I think my sister tells a different story, but then my mom tells a different story. I think I was asleep and I was crawling on my dinner table and I fell off, and then I broke my wrist. I was like 2. I don't know. That's how the story goes. I don't know if it's true or not, but I did break a bone. And then first day or maybe first week again, weak bones. Yeah, so weak. And then first week or first day of high school, I think it must have been first week. I don't think it was actually first day. It might have been first day. I was in PE class, and actually, I have a story about this. Oh yes, the slideshow. So, I went to a private high school my freshman year. So, first year high school, 9th grade. I not swindled, but I convinced my parents to pay for a private Christian high school. Not because I was super Christian, which I kind of sort of was, I guess, at the time, but not anymore. But anyway, the reason I wanted to go was because they had a really good acrobatics team. and I wanted to be on the acrobatics team. I took gymnastics. I don't know if you guys knew this about me, but I was into gymnastics, and I was gonna apply, and it was basically, you know, if you want to be on it, they'll accept you almost. I mean, you could technically not make the cut, but for the most part, they would at the very least work with you, and you'd be able to get on the team in some capacity. But anyway, it's because they were really good about that, right? So anyway, literally like the first day of school, I was running in gym class, right? I was, you know, probably sweating. My hands were sweaty-ish, and I tripped and I fell forwards. My hands hit the floor, and my body kept going, and I broke my wrist. So, yeah, that was obviously I was not gonna make tryouts when I couldn't use my hands. So, no acrobatics team for me. I didn't go back the next year. I think this is stupid. Yeah, it wasn't worth it. The school, I don't know, it was not really my thing. And all my friends were at the other school. So I was like, why am I even here? So anyway, yeah, that's how that went. And that's why I'm not an acrobat. I am now an artist. So yeah, I have broke bones. How are you, Colin Mullen? How are you? Hello, hello. I dislocated my knee in gym, and the coach thought I did it on purpose to get out of gym, so he made me write a paper on the history of golf. What? I was upset, but it's so petty looking back. That is incredibly petty. Dang. What else did I do in gym class? Oh, I broke a window of the school with a lacrosse ball. At what age do you take art more seriously, or has it always been part of your life? I mean, technically it's been a part of, well, I don't know about always, but I started taking it more seriously at 22, 23? Right between 22 and 23. Also, I haven't been painting for the last 5 minutes. Let me just speed up here. Yeah, so probably since 22 or 23. Yeah, and then right now I'm 34, so no. I must have been 24. I must have been 23 or 24, and now I'm 34. It's been 10 years, maybe 11. Like, edge of 11. I think. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because I got my tablet in 2012. Now we're getting stories. Yeah, breaking my high school window. Oh, there's a... Do you guys hear that? Do you hear the car alarm going off? There's a car alarm going off. I don't know if you guys can hear it. But yeah, so I got my tablet 2012. No, I did not go to art school. No art school. Okay, so what I'm kind of trying to do is thinking of ways that I could show this image, but from a different view. So maybe there's like a giant wall of clouds. Almost, you know that the movie Interstellar, and how they have that giant ocean thing rising up? I mean, this is a terrible example, but this could be something where we have like a giant... This is not a good example of this. Maybe there's some little things back here sticking up. I'm not actually trying to make this look good. I'm just purely thinking compositionally. And how can I... Oh gosh, that's an annoying car alarm. I really hope that stops. And maybe these are clouds in the foreground, but they're very, very low. So I'm going to flatten them out. Like way, way flat. And then these are clouds. But I can't just be any cloud. So what I'm gonna do is maybe the clouds behind here, they have, let's see, how am I gonna do this? Maybe they have like this movement to them. So let's take a brush that's more exciting. And instead of making like a wave, what if I just... something super fluid like that. I don't know. Something like that where it's just this giant mass of... I don't know. It's hard to tell what it is, but I think it's kind of... It could work. But no, I did not go to art school. It's not mountains, it's waves. Yeah. Beep, beep, boop. But yeah, no art school. And I'm kind of glad I didn't. I mean, so I did go to school for landscape architecture. First, I went to school for architecture, then I switched majors into a major that I never used. So, you know. But I am glad I did it. Kind of, sort of. I mean, it was not worth the money, let's put it that way, at all. Because I mean, it wasn't worth the money in the sense that I didn't use it. It was probably worth the money if I went into the field that I, signed up for, and so that's on me. But there were a few things that I'm glad. It got me thinking about a design process, which is not something that I ever thought about. Like, what is good design? What does it mean for design to be good, right? I think a lot of people, when they think of aesthetic design, it's literally, does it look nice, right? And with art, oftentimes that's the extent of it, right? Because you don't have, unlike in the real world, right, when you're designing a building or an environment, you have to think of, where are people coming from? Where are they going? What are they using this place for? Where's the water going when it rains, right? Do you have proper drainage? Do you have irrigation to water it if it needs watering, right? Do you have, where are the eye lines going? Excuse me. But like, where are the eye lines going? Like, are there important things in the distance that you want people to be able to see? And are you going to block them up with random crap? Or like, are you framing the scene and making it look nice? So there's all these things in real life that you can take into account when you design. But I think a lot of times when people switch to art, they just think, oh, it makes it look nice. But I think there's a lot more to good design than just, does it look nice, right? Sometimes there are things like, what is it saying, right? Like is there a mood to it? Like, what information is being conveyed, right? That's a big one in art. Is what information am I actually giving the person? And I think those sorts of things were a lot easier, and I'm not saying I'm great at them now, but I think they were a lot easier to learn because I had been thinking about design from a practical standpoint. And it's not just, oh, I'm making a character with spiky shoulders. You're thinking of like, okay, well, how is the character going to move their arms? And are their shoulder armor with spikes on it going to stab them in the side of the head when they raise their arms? Right? Like, stuff like that. Thinking about how parts work together and just thinking about it in a very practical sense. And that's the same for any type of art. Like, I think there's an element of, like, it's more than just making it look nice. A lot of it's telling a story or conveying information, or you have more restricted design goals. Been learning a lot more about environment concept. Hey Jay, how are you? No, I'm just out of meds and I get very tired without them. Hello, keep me awake for the rest of your shift. Oh no. Oh no. But yeah, how are you? How are you, Jay? Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Colin says there was a story in my university. I won an international Olymp on sociology, which went online. I skipped several PE classes for that. When I showed up, showed the medal to the teacher to explain why I didn't show. He said I thought it was a real Olympiad, and then punished me for working 3 classes more. I thought it was a real Olympiad. I don't know what. Wait, what? How is that a fake Olympiad? Because it wasn't PE? Is that the idea? They thought it was. they thought it was for PE because they heard the word Olympiad and they assumed you were what, like in the Olympics? What? Hold on, what's going on? It is what? I'm a little confused with your story. Are they were they just dumb? What did they think you were? I don't understand what they thought you were doing. What do you mean? Oh, I thought it was a real Olympiad. What is a real Olympiad in their mind? Anyway, that's cool. Anyway, so there's a painting. This painting doesn't look very good, but it is. This is tip. So let me back up. These are the types of things that I do for like on stream, little idea sketches. But this is more akin to what I would do for myself if I were to do sketches for like another image of this thing. Except in this is like one of maybe many, right? I wouldn't just do one. I would do a bunch of other sketches, and most of them would look terrible. But the idea is to actually explore a specific idea. I'm not going to keep doing that. I'm going to try to speed along here a little quicker and come up with different ideas. Maybe get some greens in there. We don't really have any green stuff yet. He thought that Olympia can only be legit if it was in a big place where a lot of people were showing up. Ah, I see. I see. So it had to be a spectator sport. So if there weren't a lot of spectators, it wasn't authentic. You gotta have the fame. It's that's silly. I'm good aside from not having meds. Got some good work done on a piece yesterday, playing with color palettes. Um, all that one sequence in The Lion King. Oh, all that one sequence in The Lion King. Uh, I feel like I know what you're trying. I don't know what sequence that is. Were they painting? Wait, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what sequence you're talking about. Sorry, I'm lost. It's been a while since I've seen The Lion King. I can't say I've seen that within the last 10 years, 20 years probably. It's probably been longer than that. Dang, it's been a long time since I've seen The Lion King. What the heck? Now that I'm thinking about it, it's been a very long time. Probably since, oh gosh, I don't even know when. I gotta watch The Lion King again. Maybe this is gonna be a nice, peaceful village. The starting location in a MMO. I don't know. We're gonna get some nice rounded shapes. Some nice grassy green hills. Some nice shadows. We have to now. We have to watch The Lion King. I mean, I don't even know if I want to see The Lion King. I kind of liked it, I think. It wasn't my. I remember. So, I remember my dad loved The Lion King. Like, of all of our child movies, whenever we were like, I want to watch this, and he's like, you know what? We're just gonna watch The Lion King. And then of course, all of my siblings and I would all be fighting and stuff, and we're like, we don't, maybe one of them wanted to watch The Lion King, but the others wanted to watch something else, and we'd start arguing, and he would just make the decision, and every time he made the decision, it was Lion King. I think he genuinely liked it, which I don't blame him. It's a cool movie, but yeah, he really liked that movie. Dude, that was such a good lasso move. Was it? Was it? I don't know. I don't think it was that good of a lasso move. Was it? Nah. It wasn't bad. I'll give it I don't know, 6 out of 10. How can you kind of like it? I mean, what do you mean, kind of like what? The Lion King or The Lasso? I mean, it's the best Disney movie ever. Oh, the Lion King? I mean, it's been a while. I don't think I liked Scar. Every scene with Scar was not exciting to me. I was a very sensitive kid, okay? If it wasn't fun and fast paced, every movie, okay, here's something about me. Every movie that has like this super serious side story or side character and they get really intense, I don't like it. It was that hood, 9 out of 10. It was that good. No, so to bring a modern movie example, okay, remember in Inception there was the whole like ex-wife thing, or maybe his wife, and he kept seeing her in the dreams, and like there was that weird dark side, and he would like go into a not a very good place or something, and like he kept bringing his wife back into the dream, and it was like gonna compromise their mission, and it was this really weird vibe. I didn't like it. I just thought it was not. He literally murdered his brother. So yeah, I understand. I understand what happened in the movie. I just didn't like it. I thought it was, maybe it was the visual, the aesthetics. It was all this like dry deserty area full of, all the bones and stuff. I just didn't think it was an exciting. I don't know. I didn't like it. I don't like those sort of darker sides of things, which is weird because I don't. I like darker movies. Like I like grittier movies or movies with, like I don't mind like violence and stuff, but sometimes the movies are just, they feel like they're this happy fun movie, and then they have this darker depressing side character who is like just unnecessarily brings the mood down. And I think for me, The Lion King was that. It didn't, it had that slow part that was harder for me to get through. Let's see, what other movies are like that? I mean, there's a lot of movies like that where they have these, yeah, just kind of, what's a movie where like, oh, I think it was um let's see, I'm trying to think. I think Fight Club was another movie like that where I enjoyed the movie but I didn't like that one lady, and the sort of the darker side of like like bringing in the depression and the like that character. I just thought it wasn't enjoyable to watch. It wasn't exciting on screen, and it added story and it made the movie better. But on replay, if you're gonna watch it multiple times, that always became the part that I didn't like. What else? There's a bunch of movies like this where it has that part that is for story, for the heaviness of it, to give it impact. But if you watch it multiple times, that's the part where you already know what's happening. You don't care to watch it over because it's not exciting, right? Anyway. I There's a few movies like that. Actually, there's a lot of movies like that. Anyway, uh, I wrote in on Silas A's raid. Was lurking at work. Oh, welcome in, beer runner. Hope work is going well. Bro, what do you mean Scar was dark? Do you not know that Lion King is a reboot of Hamlet? I mean, how does that change anything? Also, I don't know much about Hamlet, but what do you mean? No, I mean it wasn't just the. So it's the whole mood of it. I'm talking about moods. I'm talking about the vibe that it gives, the screen presence of the character. It just it it killed the enjoyment of the movie for me. Like I don't know, I think some of the scenes with him were exciting. Like I don't think, okay, maybe I misspoke. I may have misspoke a little bit. It's not his character that's bad. It's the scenes with him in it. They're these long, drawn out, him just being, you know, it's like his inner monologue, and it tells you the story, and he's talking, and there's these longer scenes that they only serve to push the story forward, and they're important for the story, but they aren't fun to watch. Again, I don't know how I can be more clear on this. It's kind of a I don't think it's a thing a lot of people think about. But looking back, there's a lot of movies where I never enjoyed watching them that much because they slowed down in some more serious parts. Um, I mean, was Aladdin like that? I think I liked Aladdin pretty much start to finish. I mean, again, there was probably some Jafar moments where I just didn't. No, I don't think so. I feel like visually. No, I think Aladdin was good all the way through. People watch Disney movies for the villain. Come on, villains. No, I'm fine with villains. I like a good villain, but I like villains in a light that isn't also not pleasant to see. So, okay, I'm gonna use visual examples here, right? Oftentimes, places will make the the main, there's color palettes, right? So like this is a happy color palette, right? Happy, sunny, you have green, bright colors, reds, oranges, fireworks, excitement, right? This is like the scene with the main character, right? You have your main character. Okay. Right? This is your main character. This is totally how I draw people. Right? And then you have a scene with a villain. And you have these grays. You have these boring, ugly colors. You have a sky that is almost gray, right? You have some foreground. Oh, let's do some background, right? You have these things. There's like no color. You have, spiky castles in the back because they're not exciting, right? You have old old deserts and trees. You have whatever you have, right? Maybe there's a bit of red or orange, right? So you have these desolate wastelands of environments, right? They're just not. I don't enjoy it. It's like it's not that it's not important to the story, but I don't like how on the nose it is sometimes. And to me, it I feel it. It's like I don't know. It just isn't as pleasant. Like it's good the first time. The first time I'm sucked in. Right, the story's important. I love it. I don't even think anything of it. But if I rewatch them, these sort of scenes, it's like I already know what's happening, and it kills the vibe. I don't know. Right. So like here's our villain area, right? And you have these either bones or you have. I mean, it could be anything. It could be a desert with dismal music, really somber and just slows down or something, and it is trying to be really impactful and emotional. I don't like that. It's I mean again it's fine first watch through, but there's always these long like visually it's just uninteresting to me. It doesn't look good. Well, yeah, sure, okay. You get like yellows and but they're all very gray. I mean, the barren wasteland. I mean, yeah, okay, they are. You're right. You're right. They are. That was not a fair thing. They're more like this, right? You still have some blues. I feel like the area of Scar's every scene though with like Scar and them in this desert. I don't know. Can you watch Be Prepared now? What do you mean? What's that? I don't know what that is. Dude, can you watch Be Prepared? Be Prepared. Oh, and videos. Oh, from The Lion King? Where did this goat thing come from all of a sudden? It's a Song of Scar. Okay, yeah, I remember that. I just looked through it. But yeah, I mean, even in that, you okay. So I was a little wrong with the color palettes. Even in that video, you have a lot of just like these almost like sickly green and yellow vibes, right? You have like this overcast green. Like the color palettes just again, I don't think it's purely color, but there's a very stark difference between like happy sunny vibes. You spend like 2% of the movie. I know, and it's too much. I don't like barren wastelands. This is literally my point, is that so many movies have these little snippets of parts that totally kill the mood for me. And as a kid, I would literally find myself, maybe I'm just like super ADHD, but I would literally find myself just wandering away. I wouldn't sit through it. I just didn't care for it. I didn't enjoy it. It felt like an eternity. And I would, after I saw the movie a couple times, I would wander away. I would be like, nope, I don't really care what's happening. I mean, I already knew what was happening. I love the songs, though. And I love the. I mean, I did like the movie, but yeah, it was always one that felt. I don't know. It felt like it dragged on because every time it got to those barren, desolate areas, it was. I don't know. Always killed the vibe. It was changed from Reds, so song won't resemble Third Reich. Well, yeah. I mean, I think anytime something is. Yeah, I mean, it was just a bit much for me. I don't know. So yeah, there's a lot of movies with those like darker, more uh, like whether it's a villain character spilling their guts about why they're villainous or whatever. I feel like there's so many movies. What about contrast? You gotta have some wasteland in the jungle looks even more lively. No, I agree. I agree. And again, I think it's good from a storytelling point of view, but for the rewatch, so I have never skipped parts in a book. I just don't skip over stuff in books. But I think that would be a good equivalent of like that would be a part that I would want to skip over. I would never actually skip it, but those were the parts where if I've already read the story, I would just I would be tempted to skip it if it was that easy. You know, most of the time we were watching it on like VHS, so I couldn't just. It wasn't quite as easy. I could maybe fast forward, but for the most part, I would just sit through it and watch it. Joe, I learned that from this conversation is that Joe's dad has taste. Yeah, pretty much. My dad likes Lion King, and he has more taste than I do because I don't dislike Lion King. Did I say I dislike Lion King? Can I retract that statement? I don't dislike it. I feel like there were just parts that I never really cared for. I've skipped a few pages in books. Some are just a drag or a lot of description fluff. Yeah, and that's exactly what I feel like some of those darker scenes in movies are. It's not just Lion King. Lion King is probably not even that bad on the scale of things. But yeah, it's kind of like that. Once I 5 minute, yeah, 5 minute thumbnail. Yeah, got it. Hold on. Let me bring up the timer. Sorry, I'm just ranting about how I don't like The Lion King. I didn't even say that though. There are just parts that make me want to wander away because they aren't exciting. I think I'm just too ADHD. I don't even know if I am. I'm not diagnosing myself. Don't do that. That's not good. Okay, start timer. Stop timer. All right. Let's bring up the timer. Yeah, I see the sketch redeem. All right. 5 minute starting. 3, 2, 1, go. There we go. Speed. I'm gonna speed run this. I mean, it's not. Is it really a speed run if you know how long it's gonna take? Why can't I? What's happening here? Why is this? What brush is this? Oh, it's a blender brush. Oh, this is fascinating. This is a weird brush. This is definitely getting wonky colors. It's like a mixer brush, kinda. Oh, this is weird. But I'm liking it. Hey, Polly, how are you? Alright, so up here, I'm gonna change the stuff that I'm doing. Okay, so what if we... This is weird. These colors are kind of fun, actually. I'm not sure how I want to do this. What could I be painting? Not sure. Okay, I know what I'll do. We'll go with some sort of foresty thing. Maybe there's a building in here. Some architecture. Maybe some architecture. Pretty well, thanks. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I was just ranting about how I don't like Lion King, which I don't actually not like Lion King, but it's more about the story focused, like, tragic backstory stuff. I never like those more like heavy scenes that are purely there to push the story and give you context. I think Waco brought up a good point with books. Sometimes there's parts in a book. Isn't it just Hamlet? Probably. I don't even know. I've never seen Hamlet or read it. The only Shakespeare I've read is Midsummer's Night Dream, I think. I'm pretty sure my teachers were bad. I never got into Shakespeare. I'm sure it was good, but just I'm sure it was great. I just never got into it. Don't judge me. It was not my fault. The only Shakespeare that we watched or listened to was, yeah, it was not exciting. I feel like no kid in my class cared one bit about Shakespeare. I still kind of don't even know why I should care that much. What am I doing here? Let's add some dark shapes. So compositionally, this is not looking good. But I have an idea. I'm going to add in a lot of gray, because, you know, gray is amazing. And then I'm going to color dodge it. I'm going to bring in some orange and reds. Oh, isn't just Titanic just Romeo and Juliet? See, I enjoyed Titanic. I like Titanic a lot, actually. I feel like it didn't have... See, it's funny. I don't dislike the like heavy scenes or anything, but I think when they're purely there for development, like it's almost akin to like trauma dumping. If you like, it's not that I dislike anything subjects that are heavy, but I feel like if they're purely there as like this is, it really depends on what part of the story they're driving. Does that make sense? Shakespeare is only fun to learn if a teacher doesn't tout it as highbrow. Yeah, I agree. I could see that. I don't like it being forced on you and you not understand. And another big thing is I don't think I ever had teachers that explained why we were learning stuff. Probably because it was at a big high school. There was a lot of kids who didn't want to be there and they didn't feel like explaining themselves all the times. But I need to, for me to learn, and I know this is silly and maybe I need to get over myself, but I pretty much need to know what I'm supposed to get out of it. And not so that I can, sneak through and get a passing grade by doing the bare minimum, but sometimes just by me doing it, if my brain's not in the right spot, right, if I'm thinking about other stuff, so I'm more of like a puzzler, right? I think of things like solving a puzzle. If you just give me an assignment, my brain is going to focus on the solution, right? And I'm not really diving deep into the process. I'm not necessarily connecting the dots that you want me to connect, right? I'm probably not going to think of the right stuff, and I'm not going to really absorb it and understand it, right? I think a lot of teachers have this assumption that if they give you the assignments that make you do the work that you need to do, your brain is going to figure it out on its own. And I didn't. My brain figured out how to get a passing grade, right? My brain said, what does the teacher want me to do? I don't know, but this seems like it. And so I did the thing that I thought my teacher wanted to see. Not always. But that does not help me learn at all. It's very hard for me to learn if all I'm focused on is what do I think the teacher wants me to get out of this? Instead, if they just told me, I could actually focus my brain power on those things, and then I can understand the concept. So I always struggled when they're like, read this, and they're like, why? And they're like, because it's important. And I'm like, okay, and then I read it, I'm like, I know you think it's important, but I only did what you told me to do. I didn't digest it properly, I didn't care about it, I wasn't in it, I wasn't trying to understand different aspects of it because I had other things to think about. And so I never really, to put it strongly, maybe, I really did not like, I didn't like the way a lot of teachers went about teaching, just any subject in general. It's kind of, to bring this back to art and not to get too ranty, it's a bit like when people say, go practice drawing lines, right? Or go practice drawing squares or cubes or whatever, or ellipses. Just draw a lot of ellipses. And you're like, why am I drawing an ellipse, right? Why am I drawing different sizes of ellipses? If you don't know why you're doing it, you're not going to be focused on thinking about them in the right way. But if instead you framed it as, here is this example of here's a circle that we're looking down at, or actually let's do it this way. Here's a circle on its side like a coin, and as you start to tip the coin upward, right, you start to make these ellipses, and then as you tip the coin more and more up, now you can see this bottom edge, right? You can see these edges, right? Same, and here's that edge. And if you tip the coin downwards, right, same thing. You can, hold on, that's not the right way. I did that wrong. But anyway, that's fine. And if you tip the coin downward, you have the other way. I did this backwards, but whatever. We'll just, right? I don't know why I did that. That was stupid. Let me undo it. Let me undo it. I did that totally backwards. Let's put the line on top, right? So now we can see the bottom side of it, right? We can see the bottom side of this coin, right? We're looking up here. And if we look down here, now we're seeing the top side, right? Because now it's going below the horizon line. So if you were to explain this to me and be like, notice how these shapes get really, really flat as they go further back. And if you were to tell me that and you're like, now draw a bunch of circles rotating, right? And try to draw them at different angles, and, whatever shape you draw, try to, figure out which edge you could see or something, right? And now, practice your ellipses. I would feel like I would have some basis for why this exercise is important, right? Because these ellipses can represent circles tipped. But just telling me very, very quickly, saying, an ellipse is like a circle on its side, go draw a million ellipses of different angles and side, that doesn't do anything. I'm going to focus on copying your example, and I'm going to get a passing grade. Because I'm not focused on why I'm doing it, And because of that, my brain never actually learns what it's doing, right? I'm not, like, so much of understanding is happening in the head. It's how you think, right? It's literally shaping the way that you think about things. I mean, math is a fantastic example of that, where it's not about being able to memorize things and do calculations. It's literally about changing the way you think, right? You're understanding the world in a mathematical way, and so if you come across a problem, you can solve it, right? In a mathematical way. If you don't understand the underlying reasons why you're doing what you're doing, you're never going to be able to apply it to the real world, right? And that's where I feel like education kind of failed me, is because so many teachers would just say, here's the assignment, here's what I expect from you, like, here's the results, and go get those results. It wasn't, this is what I want you to think about and consider when you do it, and here's why I want you to consider it. Show me the long-term thing, right? No teacher ever gave you the equivalent of, like, watching the professional sports game and being like, you're right here, this is where we're headed, and here's and here's the steps along the way, and here's step 1. Go practice step 1 so that you can learn step 2, and and they could show you each of those steps. Never in my life has a teacher kind of shown me the roadmap and said, here you are, and here's where we're going to go, and this assignment is helping you do that because of this reason. I don't think they just never did that. And that to me is what I feel like, that's how my brain works. I need to know where I'm going, where I've come from, where did I come from, where did I go? It just needs to explain, it needs to understand that stuff. And just saying, do this, never helped me. And that to me is what to go back to the Shakespeare thing, that's what it felt like whenever English teachers were like, we're going to read this thing. Also, that was not a 5-minute thumbnail. What was I doing? Sorry about that. I'm going to redo a 5-minute thumbnail. That was a terrible one. I mean, the thumbnail wasn't that terrible, but the 5 minutes was terrible because it turned into like 10 minutes of ranting. But yeah, anyway, that's how English always felt for me, is this, like, here's this thing we're going to read. It's important, trust me, and you'll understand when we're finished, or that kind of thing. It'll all make sense in the end. No, by then I've already forgotten it, right? I've done the bare minimum to pass, and I had to focus a lot. And again, I think it probably was me being a little ADD or something, where I really had to focus on stuff, and so I had to focus in the right spots. And if I didn't focus in getting the result the teacher wanted, I probably wouldn't get a good grade. And that to me was always my focus. Just get the good grade. Don't worry about anything else. But in hindsight, it sucks because I really like learning. But I like to know why I'm learning stuff. And this is why, if I'm the one in the driver's seat, right, I can go, you can show me something, right, some big topic, and I'd be like, oh, I don't understand that. Let me go and learn it. And now I already have the roadmap, right? I know exactly, oh God, get banned. Go away. Where are we going to get bombarded? I hope this isn't the sign of things to come. Well, thanks for the follow, bot. I assume it was a bot. I don't know. I didn't even read the whole message. It was too much. I see, like, wall of... So, okay, I'm going to shift topics here. I think it happens in a lot of games, but in Path of Exile, there's, like, a public global chat where people will just spam stuff, and people will just spam things and be obnoxious. Whenever anybody posts a big wall of chat, everyone's like, get down, and flashbang or whatever. Like, they won't say flashbang, but they'll all say get down, and then they'll move the chat off the screen because it scrolls with the more messages. So, like, they'll basically flood the message off the screen, and it's like this immediate reaction. So it's like nobody ever even reads them. They just see walls of text, and they just start spamming short messages. It might just be a period. It might be get down. It's whatever. Just because it's just too much, right? Nobody wants to read that. That's how I feel when I saw that message. I just thought, holy crap, that's a lot of text. Then I saw something about followers. I'm like, done. It might have even been a person. I don't know if it was. Message me. I'll unban you, I guess. But all you need to do is read the last.com. Yeah, you just read just like a tiny bit of it to see out of the corner of your eye that it said something.com, and you're like, yep, I'm nope. I didn't even have to read the whole thing. It sounds like ADHD, similar experiences. Yeah, it's kind of sad because I really like learning stuff. I feel like learning things is honestly, I don't know, it's like the joy of life for me. I love listening to stuff or reading books that are, or audiobooks, I should say. I can't really sit through actual books. I just start daydreaming of that random crap. But yeah, audiobooks are fantastic. I love learning about things, and yeah, I mean, that's kind of why I fell in love with art. You just want to say hi before going to work? Ah, hello. Good luck at work. Hope all goes well. But yeah, I feel like I never really was a great student in school, and it kind of sucks because there is absolutely no reason I shouldn't have been. Because I feel like I am the exact type of person who should do well in school. Because I really enjoyed, I wanted to be there, kind of. I mean, I wanted to learn, and I do now as well. And like I remember after college, I'm like, dang, there's so many cool courses I could have taken. And I mean, even this even happened a little bit in college, where I felt like I was compelled to make a decision on a major, and I had to go on this path. But then, like my favorite classes were things like philosophy and even logic, which is much more like, well, yeah, like just like philosophical, like argumentation and stuff. I love that stuff. I didn't much care for the historical stuff, like learning about, Immanuel Kant and all those. I didn't care about learning about the philosophers necessarily, because a lot of it was like, these people are important, and here's, I'm not going to tell you why. So again, it had a lot of that kind of, here's this reading you have to do. But the a lot of the stuff was really fascinating, and I liked that stuff. I think those were some of my favorites. Um, what other classes were good? I mean, even like horticulture was a really cool class, and that was for my major. I enjoyed that class a lot. But a lot of the teaching style was because you the overview came early. I think that was a big part of that. They gave you an overview of like, we are going to learn what plants are, and then, or like what certain types of, how to identify plants. And then they tell you like the key components of what, of what we pay attention to. We pay attention to like the leaf shape, right? If it's a tree, we pay attention to the buds and where they are in the shape of them and what they look like, and maybe the color, right? And how many of them and that kind of thing. So leaf shape, the buds, and like the bark patterns, right? Various things like that. And once you get like, here's these 5 things we look at, let's go and observe the world through this new lens of this overview, and we can now learn about stuff by breaking it down into these simple parts. That to me was fascinating. I didn't have to care about the subject before. It gave me a way to actually understand things. And I think a lot of times people are just telling you this is important because, and they never tell you the because. They just tell you it's important. And that was, yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. It was kind of sad because I love that stuff. I like what, yeah. Hallmark of ADHD. If I don't like it, I cannot focus on it. Yeah, that's pretty much me. But it's funny, art, and maybe I've said this before, but art is, one of the nice things about art is it's made me, it's given me some sort of framework, I guess, for why things are exciting and important. And so it's actually made a lot more things learnable. Like I can dive in deep to some random subject that I never would have cared about because I can know that I can use it for art, right? It's like the student asking a teacher, "Oh yeah, well when are we ever going to use this in real life?" You know, the teacher gives you some stupid answer that you're probably not going to ever use, right? For me now the reason is like, well, I can use it in art. So it's like, why am I ever going to need to learn about different types of rocks? Or why am I ever going to need to learn about different types of fish or birds or plants or cloud formations or weather patterns or any why am I ever going to need to learn about any of this stuff? Well, cuz I can use it in environment art. Like that's why. I can go learn about the real world because there's stuff, right? Architecture and car design and maybe a new iPhone design because maybe I want to design gadgets for a character or something. Like there's you can all this stuff suddenly becomes fascinating because there's an element of it can be useful even if it's in my own little weird world where, you know, it's very limited usefulness. Yeah, literally, as an artist, you need to have so much. Well, I mean, it certainly helps, but it's given me like I don't know, a new. It's like the reason that teachers could never give me, art has given me. Like that, it's like that the why is this why is math important? Oh, perspective. That's why geometry is important. You know, it's like it's important because aspect of life. I mean, kinda. Deleuze said that when you feel that philosopher said something important in the very end, that means you understood their philosophy. Hmm. I don't know who Deleuze is. That when you feel that philosopher didn't say something important in the very end, that means you understood their philosophy. Oh, when they didn't say something important. Oh, okay. Yeah, I never really got into specific philosophers. I that wasn't the interesting thing to me. I definitely enjoyed more the logical side of it, the argumentation, breaking down ideas, learning how to think about ideas. Um, I think I also took the philosophy courses in the wrong order. I think I took the the learning about the different philosophers first, which is stupid. I feel like you should never take that one first. You should take the logic and argumentation type classes first, and then you should take the learning about people's philosophies second. But anyway, so I think I took them out of order. But no, those were still enjoyable and I watched a lot of artists say they can't say I have seen them have a lot of aspect of life. What? Yeah. What do you mean aspect of life? I don't know quite what you mean by that. Can you explain that more? I'm. It might just be the wording that I'm confused with. It might be the wording. Okay, I'm just gonna do another 5 minute thumbnail because I kind of goofed on that other one. Yeah, what I understand what Elephant is saying does not fit. Well, I think okay. So my take on this is what Elephant is saying is that everything that you draw, if you have an understanding of it, you can do better art the more understanding of various things in the world. And the more varied your subject matter, the more reasons to go out and learn about that subject matter. Bruh, artists know nothing, no offense. They only know usage of a billion brushes and works of others. See, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. I think there are tons of. I mean, if you've ever. I mean, I guess it depends on the type of artist. I guess it depends on the type of artist, but if there's. I mean, if you've ever talked to, like, somebody like. Well, have you ever heard a lot of artists talk about anatomy? I mean, they literally know every muscle group and bone and how different parts of the body compress and decompress, and they basically have, like, I mean, and again, this is just one aspect of art, but some people, when they know anatomy, they know it on an extremely intricate level, and they know which, where, if you twist a certain way, which areas are getting pressure, and they understand all, like, they understand a lot of, like, for creature designers, same sort of thing. They, where certain postures are going to lead to certain things, and how doing certain activities are going to affect you over time, and they think about a lot of the sort of, like, the mechanics of stuff, and they, like, understand. For example, when a football player bends down on their fingers, right, and they have, like, their fingers on the ground, um right, and their fingers are bending. Here's the thumbnail, right, and then their knuckles are here or whatever. I don't know how to draw it, right, and they have all their fingers on the ground, and they're, like, ready to pounce or whatever. I don't know anything about football, right, and then their fingers turn, like they have, like, the red on top, and then they have, like, the white on the bottom. That thing, how, like, the blood pushes to the side. There are, like, understanding those and I don't know this super well, but, like, understanding this concept, so you're like, oh, well, I'm drawing animals, and I'm creating this heavy creature, and every time it walks, the blood is pushed out of its muscle pads or whatever, or, its fat pads, and it turns white on the bottom and red on the sides, and you have this little band, and they create an entire creature, and they make it realistic because they understand how the weight shifts around, and, like, oftentimes there is a really in-depth understanding of, like, physiology, to where you can invent things that don't exist, that are believable and kind of make sense. I mean, again, I'm not saying they're all have PhDs in biology, but this is far more understanding about human physiology, or just bodily functions in general, than the average person. And then they also have knowledge about design and architecture and history of, that Korean architecture is designed to fit the landscape, where Chinese is designed to dominate the landscape and be the central pillar. It's like this thing that stands out. But, like, and they, the history of architecture. There's so many little nuances and subject matters that, again, not every artist knows all of this, but my point is that there's a lot of these little things that you learn about because they help you do what you do. They help you design and draw. But no, I agree. I think a lot of artists don't. I mean, again, I think it's probably more of, like, illustration is what I'm talking about, and design, as opposed to, like, fine art. I don't know enough about fine artists. I always kind of have got the vibe that some of them are kind of airheady. Again, I don't know if that's actually true. Because I haven't started it. I'm going to start it here in just a moment. But yeah, I mean, I think, obviously, there's going to be stupid people in every profession. There's going to be brilliant people in every profession. But I guess, to me, art, your knowledge about random stuff absolutely can impact your art and make you a better artist, right? From just having more interests, suddenly they work your way into it, different perspectives, thinking of, I mean, take writing, for example, because I would argue writing or storytelling through visuals is very similar in some ways to writing, in the sense that you do want to think. The more you think about, the more experiences you have, the better you understand humans and human expression, the better you can write, right? You can't tell a story about something you don't know, right? People are going to sniff out the BS immediately, right? So the same thing with writers, where, I mean, I think it's extremely obvious when you make the writing analogy that if you want to write a compelling story about technology and science fiction, you better learn your stuff about technology, right? Throwing in the word mainframe isn't going to fool anybody, right? Not at least not in this day and age. You know, all that meme like, oh, I'm hacking the mainframe and blah blah. All the like, just you throw out random crap to make it sound like you know what you're talking about. Like that's not. No writer is going to sell books if they're that lazy, right? Like that's they have to end up learning their stuff, and the more they learn, the more compelling their story is. And there's animations where, you get I've mentioned this before, and Ghibli is well known for doing this, but when they depict like a person's room or a home and, just day-to-day life, you can tell this person either lived that life or they have a ton of experience observing it, because the little minutia of things happening around them are very well understood, right? You have like, a student who is, hard at work, and they every time they scoot their chair out, it squeaks on the floor and it leaves these little grooves in the wood floor. Things like that where most people wouldn't think about stuff like that, right? It's like they just the little subtleties. I don't know. Again, that's not really like learning knowledgeable things, but that's more of just observing. But I think there is a lot of stuff like this where a lot of people just aren't observant and they don't pay attention and learn things because it's not relevant to them. But I think to a lot of artists, that stuff becomes relevant. Not only is it relevant, it is what makes their art good sometimes because they're observant. I mean, I think a lot of professions have this though, right? Comedians are like this, where they're very observant and they pay attention to stuff. I think it's pretty rare to find an amazing comedian who's a total idiot. Like I think typically they're pretty they're pretty knowledgeable in a lot of things. Interiors that feel real and lifelike require so much thought. Yeah, I mean they really do require you to observe stuff, and then when you get into telling stories about things that you haven't experienced, and then now you're talking, like crazy levels of research. I mean, that's like, Disney, who sends their artists on vacations to the countries that they're telling their stories on, just to live there for a couple months, to experience the day to day and take notes and learn and talk to people. And they're doing research specifically with the intent of getting all those little things that you like. They don't know what they're looking for. That's the key, right? It's not like, I don't know this, I'm going to go learn it. It's, I need to learn everything because I don't know what's important. And that to me, I don't know. I would argue that is research. I mean, that's the thing though, right? Like, what are you researching? They don't know, right? Because they don't, when you're doing creative stuff, you genuinely don't know what's going to be important. Oh, anyway, let me start on the 5-minute thumbnail. So anyway, I agree that I think a lot of artists, Colin Mullen, a lot of artists don't know really anything. That's perfectly valid. But I do think a lot are extremely curious about the world. They're extremely observant, and they task themselves to get out of their comfort zone and keep learning. And an artist who isn't constantly learning new things is an artist who's not improving, right? And I think that mindset is with a lot of people. A lot of concept artists, a lot of illustrators, that mentality of, if you're not pushing yourself and you're not learning new things, you're not improving as an artist, because you're only as good as what you have to say. And if you can't say anything interesting or well thought out, approximate knowledge of many things. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it, you don't have to, again, you don't have, also, yeah, you don't have to be like super in depth, but I mean, we rated, gosh, what's her name? I Paint Burbs, I think is her name. You get the impression from talking to her that she knows her stuff about birds. At least I did, right? and she does, right? She knows all about different birds. She knows their anatomy. She knows different types of birds and probably the environments they're raised in, and probably the evolution behind why each, I mean, maybe she doesn't know all, that, I don't know, I'm just kind of making this up. But like at some point you become sort of an expert in like this specific thing. Maybe, and you probably enjoy reading articles on these things. You're kind of researching the subject and getting like a minor biology degree of some sort. Not really, but minus probably the super technical stuff. But like some people are extremely in depth. Anyway, I'm kind of ranting now. Let me start painting again. I know more about guns than I ever would have otherwise because I draw them a lot. Yeah. I mean, so I will say, most people just draw what they know, right? They draw what they're interested in. But I am setting forth the argument that it's not always that way. Sometimes the arrow points the other way, which is the more you draw, the more you're interested in. Because like and that is how it is for me. I don't know about other people. Anyway, let's start the timer. I swear I'm gonna paint today. So yeah, art has been a thing. That was a sentence. Do I know a lot about environments? Quite a bit. Yeah, I think simple overview stuff. I mean, not a ton. I mean, I'll admit I don't know a ton about a lot of stuff. I mean, I know, a fair amount of like I don't know definitions, but I know a fair amount of like geology type stuff. I know a fair amount of biology, anatomy, just general knowledge, not a an extreme amount. I know quite a bit about light and shadow and color, so like the physics of it. I feel like I know a good amount about a lot of those subjects. I mean, and a lot of those are just like the basic building blocks of art. Um, like how different types of clouds form, different types of environments and what kind of plants to grow in those. I don't always use all of that info in all of my art, but yeah, I feel like I know a lot about that. Um, I know a fair amount about architecture, at least compared to like the person who doesn't know anything about architecture. I'm not amazing at it, right? I'm not like a genius or anything, and I don't have the equivalent of a degree in each of those things. But as they apply to visual images, yeah, I think I have a fair amount of knowledge. Like I'm not, don't want to be like the poster child of a Dunning-Kruger effect. I also feel like I know speaking of Dunning-Kruger, I feel like I know a fair amount about like learning in general. I think that sort of stuff fascinates me because, yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm like amazing at that stuff. It's not like I'm a, you know, I don't think I'm that super smart of a person, but um, yeah, I mean, I think most people are not interested at all with those kinds of things, typically. So many people in their day to day life just don't care about a lot of things. So, yeah, no, I do think I know a fair amount about a broad range of topics. Again, certainly not an expert in any of it. Let's add some nice blues. Maybe these are some trees. I'm going to use a weird brush here. Maybe make some trees here. And then I'm going to push this into the greens. So for start, I'm just going to use grays. Because grays should look kind of greenish if I push them through the color wheel. So even though there's no green in here, I'm hoping this can look a little greenish. think I'm actually going to jump over here to a little bit of green. But almost just gray. And then over here, I'm going to just shift a little bit to the green. There. So yeah, this is a much better 5-minute thumbnail. Relative color, yeah. But yeah, I definitely don't think all artists are brilliant or anything. In fact, I think compared to, and you know what, maybe I'm also not making a fair comparison here, right? If I'm comparing an artist who's been painting for 20 years, am I also comparing that against, say, an engineer who's been an engineer for 20 years? Like, I don't think I'm really making that comparison, and I should be, probably. Comparatively, though, I do think a lot of times, I mean, again, I don't know about in some fields. I feel like most artists, though, don't continue doing their thing unless they're quite passionate about it. Whereas a lot of people, once they have a job, they just kind of stagnate. I don't know, maybe that's not true either. I mean, I do want to make an accurate comparison. Okay, countdown's done. Alright. Paint, paint, paint. Yeah, I painted. I did the painting. No need to riot, Waco. I see. Okay, anyway, I did some painting. I did a little foresty area. But yeah, like, I don't think I'm a super brilliant person or anything. But that is a good question, though. Because I think it's a good call out. Like, hey, do you actually think you know a lot about environments? Like, after all this talk about learning stuff. And there, you know, I will say, I probably know a lot less about environments than I should. But I also feel like a lot of my art knowledge isn't specifically about the things I paint. It's also just like about the art industries, and because I mean there's an element of like what I do on stream is geared towards communicating about art, right? So I feel like I'm pretty knowledgeable about random art topics, kind of. Maybe not. I mean, you know, like digital stuff. I'm not super well versed in traditional. I know the basics, but yeah, I don't know. That's like, that is a good question though, because it does make me think. Like, it kind of inspires me to like, you know what? I can't confidently say I know a ton about environments. Even though I feel like I do, but I probably don't as well as I could. Especially if you're a freelancer, you kind of have to have the passion. Once you're in a job, you can just kind of be there. Yeah, and that's sort of my hunch, is that a lot of freelance artists who are professional are in that position where they are constantly trying to improve. And there's actually it's a wasn't there that study a while back with doctors, how, and they discovered that when these doctors are away at their medical conference, they were curious what happens to the level of care. So when all these senior doctors go away like once a year to this big old conference, what happens? And they discovered that the quality of care actually goes up instead of down, is what they thought. And a lot of that is because the people left behind were all the people who were more or less fresh out of school, and the knowledge was still in their head. They were still solving the problems and not just going on intuition and sort of getting lazy. And a lot of the you know, the causation for it, we don't, or the cause for it, they don't really know, but the assumption is that a lot of these old seasoned professionals are not objectively better. I mean, they are in some cases. I think they are, and I think it has changed a lot, but a lot of times the quality of care in certain fields is better when the person is younger and not when they're older. Now, that's not always the case. I think there's a lot of nuance to that, and don't take my word for it, perfectly. But it was, in very specific types of surgery in very specific cases. But I think that sort of effect can happen where you do get people who, they are learning a lot, and then they're in a position where they're no longer getting feedback, right? Like, students typically get a lot of feedback on what they do, whereas a lot of times seasoned professionals, like, they might look at the charts and then they make a diagnosis and they send you off to get your x-rays or whatever, and they never actually get feedback on what the result was, right? Sometimes that's the end step. And if they're not getting feedback on whether they made the right decision or not, it's very hard for them to upgrade their knowledge and become better at their jobs, right? Because they don't have that constant feedback. They're just there to like make a decision, right? It'd be like a judge making a judgment call, and then they never find out if the person actually did it or something, right? It's like making a prediction without ever finding out the result of your prediction. It's very hard to know if you made a good prediction or not, and so you're not really getting better at it. And I think that's kind of what they concluded with some of those studies, and again, to me, it made a lot of sense, and I think a lot of fields or professions or just people in general, they do get into that sort of coasting on by. But I feel like with a lot of like freelance art, like you pointed out, I don't think it's easy to do that. I think if you just get your first job and stay at that skill level and aren't constantly pushing, I feel like you just kind of get surpassed almost immediately. I don't know. That's my impression. Thanks for the stream. Time to head to bed. Have a nice stream. Good night. Have a good night, Ravana. Take care. I'm trying to do a black and white painting with just very, very simple, slightly a different process here. I don't think I've really ever painted like this. I don't really like painting like this. I think typically this kind of thing makes it look not amazing. Yeah, I'll head out. All right, see ya, Colin. Thanks for being here. Thank you for fueling my rants. Not really fueling my rants, but I always enjoy the conversations that you bring up because I feel like I like it. Yeah. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Take care and have a good night. Put a character in here. A little blobby character. Okay, I don't like this. So we're gonna add in some blue. Oh, that's too blue. Atmosphere. That doesn't look like a person. It was supposed to be a person. Give him some legs. And some arms. And a neck. There we go. Yeah, today's paintings are a little goofy. They're a little basic. I don't know. Maybe they're too simple. Maybe not. Maybe not. I was just ranting a lot, so sometimes that's just how it is. Basic paintings on ranty days. It's been a long day. I worked all day before stream, so that's my excuse. That is my excuse. Oh, Lyritania. Tania. How are you, Lyritania? These are little houses. That's what they are. Okay, this just feels like a tiny little baby mountain. We're gonna make it much larger. That can be much larger. I don't know why this is, the horizon line is where it is. Yeah, these are much more earthy like environments than what I normally paint, I feel like. Also, I'm slouching. Ugh. Alright. But yeah, how are you, Liratania? Hope you're doing well today. Happy Monday. Hope everyone's doing well today on this. Oops. Hello, you're getting back into art after too long. Oh, that's good. I mean, it's not good that it's been too long, but I'm glad you're getting back into art. Yeah, so today we are taking just simple ideas and turning them into, well, we're going to pick one of them and turn them into a painting. That's kind of what we do every stream almost. Today's no different. This is what we did last stream. Started out as a thumbnail just like today's. Also ignore the countdown as done thing. That's just confusing people. That's what it's there for. Oh yes, also if you do art and you'd like to share what you do, please do. I guess I can share the thumbnails from that stream too. So that's what we started with last stream, and then we voted. Oh, actually, I'm going to bring back one of these. I'm going to bring back number 9. I really like that one. And I feel like I want another thumbnail in here. So we're going to put it instead of number 5. Oh gosh, I don't know what one to skip. I guess number 3. I don't really like number 3. No, wait. Instead of number 8, because number 8 and number 4 are the same. There we go. Yeah, I like number 8 a lot. I thought it was a nice one. Little houses or something in here. We don't really have any light, but I thought that would be a fun thing to add today. Maybe there's some light coming in on like one of these sides or something. You have come to the right place. Yeah, a lot of people are getting back into art, I feel like. I mean, that was my thing. I mean, I took a long break from art. All throughout high school and college, I didn't really do any art. And then I started doing art at 24. And now here I am, 10 years later, still doing art. Ooh, I wonder if I have any animations I can share. Yeah, please do. I mean, if they're super long, I don't know if I'm not going to watch them on stream necessarily. Well, I guess I could. I'm not going to share them on screen, but like I will watch them, I guess. But yeah. It's all some things are harder to watch on stream, or like while I'm streaming. But no, I'd still like to see what stuff you've done. I don't know what you are going to finish, but I want 7. 7? Ooh, okay. So we will vote, actually. Siniska. Also, Siniska, how are you? Dovis sketch. Yeah, 7's interesting. Very color dodgy. Lots of colors. A little weird house thing. Number 7's interesting. I feel like I'm gonna change it a ton if we end up working on it. Which is okay. It just has some issues, but no, it's kind of cool. I'm not really sure what I would do with this one, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I'll admit number 7's not my favorite, but we can, we'll always work on it. Just adding in some stuff. Trying to make it better so that maybe it wins a vote. There it goes. Which you just painted a tree on top of. I really like that orange. Yeah, I don't know what that orange bar is though. What do you? I mean, what? I feel like I don't know what to do. Yeah, I oftentimes ruin things. But that's kind of my vibe on stream. If you see something in a painting, I'm probably gonna ruin it. Unless I like it enough to reincorporate it into... It's not blood. Yeah, composition's not that great, but... Oh, hold on. We can spice things up. Add a lot of red everywhere. Look at that. There we go. Wait, the light needs to come from this way. I don't know why I'm adding this red or orange. But I do think I could do something with like a green and a color dodge. Oh, let's see. Here's an older one. Let's take a look. Let me take a look, Jay. I like it. Did he just explode? Also, is he smoking 2 cigars at once? Jeez. That is intense. I like it. Whenever you add a stroke of light, the painting gets a whole nother vibe, to be honest. Is a good vibe or bad vibe? I mean, sometimes. I mean, that just makes it better. I guess it depends. Sometimes it makes it better, sometimes it makes it worse, I feel like. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to make it look interesting. Good vibe, definitely. I like 1, 3, 8, 9. The colors are really nice. Oh, thank you. Dovis Sketch, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm actually not a huge fan of that red in there. I do feel like little tops of yellow up here, though, could be nice. And I don't really know what these are. Maybe, again, these would be little houses or something. I would end up designing them a bit, I think, if we work on it. What if we just do a ton of... Ooh, that blue. There we go. I like that blue. There we go. That's a better color. Okay, warm for color con... Yeah, well, I think I wanted this to look warm. So I think this is the warmth. And it's a bit yellow. I'm trying to push it more towards yellow. And then I push the blue. But yeah, I agree. It could do more warm. I think there's a lot of ways to make it work. It's all just how I want to do. Okay, let's take a look at J-Man. Ooh, that looks nice. That reminds... I don't know why, but this reminds me of One Piece. Maybe it's the hat. But yeah, that's really nice. I like the fire. I like the animation. Looks really good. Yeah, oftentimes when people suggest things like add warm to it, for some reason I think sometimes my intuition is to do the opposite. to add more cool to like balance it out. Like instead of adding one thing, you can just add the opposite to go the other direction. If that makes sense. Because sometimes it makes it what do you call it? Like the contrast changes, right? So like if you want to add green, technically if you made and your painting was kind of gray, instead of adding green, you could if you added bright red, the gray would then look green in contrast or in comparison. So sometimes there's that type of thing that I like. But yeah, I do agree. Having a good warm and cool contrast is important, for sure. Also, I'm gonna do this one thumbnail. I'm gonna work on it a little bit. I think we're gonna get out of the realm of just open air landscapes and try some sort of structure up here. This is gonna be a structure. No. Oh no, did I ruin it? You don't like the direction I took this one? That's fine. Sometimes I ruin paintings. It's just how it is. And that's also one of the interesting things about this type of painting is that we're all gonna have different ideas of where it could go. Oh, I like this. Okay, what if we put... I hear like a weird clicking noise. Joe loves to do that. No, was for adding more cold colors. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought you meant. Yeah, I oftentimes will go the opposite route. Because to me, it's more about the balance. And sometimes things will go, like for example, like in this painting, I think this painting has a good mix of both, but it's too even. So like, in my opinion, I should push it towards either warm and make the cool colors really stand out, or I should push it towards the cool and make the warm colors really stand out, right? To me, like, if you have like a, 80-20, that 20% is going to be like, that's the thing that really stands out, right? If you want a really, really warm painting, I mean, you could obviously go 80% warm, and have like depends on how you fill the light. If you have like this light spilling in everywhere, you could make it feel really warm by making it a very warm painting. But sometimes you can get this little slice of warmth that can feel really cozy or something, by making the painting mostly cool. I don't think a cat would look good in there. You don't think a cat would look good in there. Oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah, no, totally not. Yeah, that's why I'm not going to add one. I think you're right. I'm not saying I'm going to do the opposite of whatever you say. Don't get fooled. I know your tricks. You're up to no good. Okay, I'm gonna do the lasso trick again. Make the swooshy green, except this time it's gonna be more of an old yellow green. And then this is gonna be again very blue. It's gonna go very traditional warm and cool colors. Very blues, very other stuff. This could also be blue. This looks like some industrial thing. Also, why is this going down? Oh, maybe these reds are in here. Some sort of like structure. These houses are stone, maybe. They have various things. I'm just trying to make marks that make my brain think it knows what's going on up here. Yeah, that was a good try though, Kath. I really applaud your effort there. I mean, A for effort for sure. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. I kind of don't know if I like the shape of this, but let's add some additional things up here. And then some other stuff over here. Yeah, this is your style and view of colors. Mine is different. Those are your concepts and art pieces, so it's up to you to. Yeah. No, I mean, that's the nice thing about, and we've talked about this a lot, and I think it's always a fun topic to come back to, and I think you are 100% right when it comes to style. So much of it is your preference, right? It's how you view things and what you think looks good and what you like and how you like to shift things and so yeah, if we're both looking up in the clouds, right, and we see different shapes, right, I'm more inclined to see different shapes because I like certain subjects and stuff, right? Like there's just different things that I'm interested in drawing and how I'm interested in drawing them. So I think that kind of thing is good to talk about because yeah, everyone's gonna have different views. But I mean, I still think there's some pretty solid like if something is overwhelmingly cool, right? And you're like, oh, you don't have any warmth in there. Maybe you could, add some warmth. I think a lot of it also depends on the mood and what you're trying to get out of it. I don't think it's always the case that every painting needs a perfect blend of cool and warm. I think it really just depends on a lot of circumstances. But yeah, it's still a good thing to think about for sure. Anyway, this is kind of a okay. What's this part? I'm trying to figure out how I want to do like this hilly area. Definitely some stuff on a hill. I need to do more studies on what is Monument Valley? I don't actually know what that is. Does this remind you of it? Monument Valley. Speaking of monuments, let's add some monuments. Or maybe not monuments, but something in here. So that's something. Some houses and structures up here, maybe. I realize I'm spending way more time on this one than the others. Okay, let's vote. Let's vote. Okay, well, there's something here to work with anyway. Let's make this a little darker, though. Okay. We can vote. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, let's just vote. I don't think I even need to do much cropping here. I think everything is just the way it's gonna be. And I realize I went about 20 minutes over before we normally vote, and then I'll work on this for another hour and a half. Let me just clean this up by erasing right behind each of the numbers so that we can see the numbers. Thinking of it because the one you were just working on reminded me of setting I'm developing, which has a lot of Monument Valley inspired landscapes. Okay, yeah, I don't even know what Monument Valley is. That's what I was asking. Let's see. Straw poll. Let's go make a straw poll, and then we will vote. And hopefully we will take one of these. And so last stream, for example, we turned it into this. This stream, we will do something different, obviously. Vote for your fave is gonna, or faves with an S is gonna be the title of the thing with 9 options. 9 options. Allow selection of multiple options. Yes. Create straw poll. There we go. All right. There is the thumbnails. There is the straw poll. Please vote. If you'd like to vote, you can. Anyone can vote. Please only vote once. The winning thumbnail I will work on till the end of stream and hopefully turn it into something that looks somewhat okay. And the next stage of the painting is really where I do things like trying to figure out the right balance of warm and cool and trying to push the designs and the ideas a little bit. Show thumbs. Yeah. I think you're slightly delayed. I think you're slightly delayed there, Kath. That's okay, though. Delay is okay. Hey, that rhymed. Number 8 is winning. Okay. Not number 5. See, I actually like number 5 more, funny enough. But number 8 is good. I almost voted for number 8, but then I didn't. Okay, so while people are voting, thank you all, by the way, for voting. I appreciate it. It gives me a better idea of what people want me to work on. I'm going to post this into Thumbnail Archive, along with saving out a new file, new JPEG that is. Also, am I time lapsing? Okay, sweet. And then I'm also going to save a Clip Studio file, a new one. 354. There we go. You're super delayed? Yeah, no worries. I think everyone's somewhere between 5 and 30 seconds. It's not intentional. I don't like it when people are delayed. But there's not a whole lot I can do about it. It's just my internet and where we are in the world, since I'm in the US and a lot of y'all are in in Europe, in the EU, I almost said, but I guess that works. You're a lot of European people. Yeah, it takes a little while. You're heading out. All right, Ellie friend. I have my exam tomorrow. Have fun and good night, everyone. See ya, Ellie. Take care. I like 6 the most. Seems I'm the only one. Yeah, sometimes that's just how it is. Sometimes you just don't like the ones other people like, or you see something in it that others don't. I will say number 5 is definitely my favorite, but number 8 I did bring back on my own, so it makes sense if it wins. Poor 7, it's 1 point behind, but I kind of hope it doesn't win. I know you said that you liked 7. I don't like it. 1 I feel like could get some love, and then poor number 4, literally 0 votes for number 4. Number 4 has 0 votes. This is depressing. Let's take a look, Jay. One thing, Jay, by the way. Oh, this is nice. I like this. I don't really typically say this because normally I don't have any issue. We should try to hold off on links while we're voting, just because there's other links in chat, and I want people to click my link so that they can vote. And having other links in there can be, I don't know. But yeah, no, thank you for sharing, Jay. I appreciate it, and I didn't say this before, so you obviously wouldn't have known. But yeah, I do like seeing what you're working on. This is really cool. I like the purple and yellow contrast. Should it have painted a cat in 7? No, because then it would have won the vote. For sure. Or maybe it has won the vote. No, I think number 8's winning. Which is cool. Can you pin your link for a vote? I've seen that in... oh gosh, can I pin a... Oh, thank you, Kath. Kath, you are... You're good at this. How did you do that? Yeah, how did you do that? I clicked on the pin. Unpin after. Oh, hold on. We're gonna go 1 minute. We're gonna do 1 more minute. Okay, 1 minute. Cars. I know, dang car. People breaking into things. I live in the ghetto. That's why. We're gonna do 1 minute, and then we're done. Vote quick. Yep, it's a quick vote. One quick vote. Get it while it's hot. Top of the chat. Pinned message. I gotta go. Thanks for keeping me awake. Well, if you're not awake now, that car alarm's sure gonna do the trick. That is obnoxious. Oh, geez, that's loud. Let me turn down my volume and talk a little louder into the mic. Maybe that'll do it. I don't know. Fellow ghetto occupier. Yeah, people breaking into cars and shooting. No, I don't think we've had any gunshots around here. I think it was Steph who's saying like she would hear like gunshots daily or something, which is insane to me. Which is I feel like that sucks, especially like living in a populated place. Like, I guess it makes sense that you hear gunshots when you're in a populated place. But that's even more scary because gunshots in populated places means more likely someone is hurt. Anyway, I don't want to go on that topic. Too heavy for stream. But dang, yeah, it's crazy. I can't imagine living in a big city like that where you hear stuff like that. But yeah. Oh, thank goodness it turned off. Okay, so number 8 has won the vote. So I'm going to take number 8. I'm going to scale it up, and I'm just going to paint on it. And by scale it up, I don't actually mean like the resolution. I'm literally just stretching it. And yes, to answer the question before it comes, it does blur it. It makes it not as crisp. But that's okay, because we're going to repaint every square millimeter of it. Well, probably not, but most of it. Thursdays, man. I know. Dang Thursday. Why Thursdays? Alright. So, I'm going to find some references, and I have a reference in mind. Not a specific image, but there's a lot of night-lit cities or towns where you see, like, the light lighting the underside of buildings. So, like, this part might be not lit, and then you'd have the green part, the underside, so you'd have, like, the light shining up. And again, it's hard for me to paint it because I don't exactly know what it would look like, but I'm thinking of, like, a city, a glowy city in the forest, but it may not be a city, but yeah, let's find it. So, let's see. Town at distance. Let's just Google that. Images. Okay, well there's some... Here, let me share my screen what I'm looking at here so I can share some of the references I'm finding. Just so I can show my process of reference gathering. Where did it go? Also hold on, actually the slideshow's gonna not be there for a second. So these are my references. I'm literally dragging and dropping. So this is one of them. This just helps me figure out where do I put the light, right? If these are like glowy lights. Notice how the roofs are not lit,
right? Because we're lighting the buildings. So that's a thing. But on here, you can see the silhouettes of the roofs because there's other buildings behind them. So you have these very clear silhouettes of buildings, which I like. So that's kind of neat, right? Like in here, you can see these triangle shapes surrounded by darkness, which I think is neat. Especially up here. Can you see my... Oh, you can't see my cursor. But like right there. So that's kind of cool. So I want to... That sounded like someone's at my door, but I don't think so. All right, so now I'm still looking for other things. Night... Let's see. Town at night hill. I want to... Like a town on a hill at night. Ooh. Look at this. This might even be like the same thing. Look at that. So this is kind of what I'm looking at. Things like this, but this is going to be like glowy and green. So you can kind of see the resemblance, right? And obviously I haven't done any of the design for any of this stuff. But this is what is kind of in my head when I look for references. And it's not so much the specific shapes or the buildings, right? Again, just the patterns of light and shadow. And I feel like this is enough. These 3 images are enough for like getting the lighting effects. Maybe I want to do like now maybe just town on a hillside. Maybe this will just be for like the layering of things. Maybe I don't need any of that. Stuff like this could be interesting, right? So you have these trees interspersed between them. So I feel like I don't need many more references in this. A lot of it I can just kind of make it up as I go. Okay, I want to watch how you will finish it, but it is a little late, and waking up for work is a thing. VOD is also a thing. Yes, it is. Have a good night. Good day. See ya. By the way, music and in a perfect moment at the same time poll. Oh, did it? Well, thank you so much for being here, Siniska. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right. Time to do art. So I have some references. I think everything I need. First one, I think I'm going to grab the buildings with the dark in them. So, all right, first things first. Let's fix any compositional issues. I think that's what I want to do. Yeah, so fixing compositional issues. The first thing I noticed, if I zoom way out and make it literally the size of a thumbnail, one of the things I see is that I have this giant pile of blue. Right? Like if I draw on my painting, I have a giant pile of blue right here. Right? And then it leads right into the pile of green. So I just have these 2 bright shapes sitting right there. And I feel like that is not amazing. Like, I don't think it's bad. But I feel like there should be a barrier. Like, either this should be dark, or this should be dark. Right? Like, there should be some gap between the blue and the bright. So I'm gonna add some of this other blue back here. And then also there could be some blue, like some of this could also be darker up here. You've been pulled into an episode of Love, Death, and Robots. I watched some of that show. Some of them were cool. I liked some of them, but some of them were really dumb. So it was really hit or miss for me. What do you mean loved it? I don't know what you meant by that comment, though. Okay, so these bluish colors are a little intense. I wonder if I can't bring in some of the darkness here. So yeah, I'm darkening up that little bright patch because I do want the focal point to really shine. There was an episode where they worship blue. Ah, I see. That would make sense. I didn't get that reference. Haven't seen that one. Okay, so I'm much more happy with this now. I think some of these shapes are quite nice. Okay, now I can focus. Let's see. No. We still have an issue. Okay, so this is kind of a weird bump. So we have this weird bump here. I don't know if you guys can see it. It looks like this. Oh, thank you, Kath. I keep doing that. I keep clicking on the wrong one. So I'm not a fan of this bump. I think it's in the wrong spot. I think we should almost have, if anything, we should have like the other way, and then these could actually be silhouettes of houses on the side. And this can go upward. We can have some trees or stuff down there. Feel like maybe also right now we just have these horizontal planes. So we have like one there, one here, and then of course it goes back. So if we were to draw like a perspective, all of this is sitting in the same sort of y-axis or x-axis, z-axis, right? So this would be like the z-axis going into the distance, right? I feel like everything right now is sitting in the same z-axis, and I don't think we want that, right? We want to vary it some. Joe, did you ever add all of the new prints to your Discord channel? I know you mentioned adding some, but a few months ago. But I think you said you didn't add all, but I don't know for sure. I don't think I added. I got a bunch of like one-off prints that were kind of sort of okay, but I didn't really want to make them main prints. Like some of the meme prints that I ordered, like a one-off dino print or something, or like two-off. I had a couple of them. So there's a few that I had a couple of, but I didn't want to make them main prints. But I should update it more. I did add some of them, but yeah, I could do more. So no, I haven't totally done that. Gosh, those are all things I'm so slow at. Okay. I'm like the worst at managerial tasks, like updating things and editing stuff and sending out postcards. Really bad at those things. Alright. That would be swell. Points are slowly piling up. How many points do you have, Kath? Kath, I could hand deliver the prints. I could save on postage. And they might get to you faster. Not too many, about 85k. Rookie numbers? Dang, Polly, how many do you have? Kath has 85k. That's enough for 3. Or something. I don't even know how many points my own prints are. Let's take a look. By the way, we're talking about redeemable prints just for hanging out in chat. If you spend time here, you can... only 104,000 points, which accumulate it, which means 4 prints. Jake's gonna appear and be like, y'all, those are rookie numbers. He has, I think last I saw, he has 600,000 or 100 or 700,000. He's approaching 1 million. I think he can get one of every print I've ever had. And then some. No, maybe not. 600. Yeah, he has a lot. Anyway. I don't know if he's here, so maybe he's not accumulating them. I don't think he typically listens. I think he just pops in and lurks at the start.
Jiminy crickets. Yes, all of Jiminy's crickets. Dang, you're gonna owe him. I know, he's gonna wipe out my supply. I'll literally it will actually be more affordable to hand deliver them to him rather than do all the postage. No. You should totally add something for what I think I jokingly made a promise once that I would do something for 1 million along the lines of something that I am ashamed to admit that I jokingly said, and I don't even want to repeat it because I don't want it to be I don't want it to be out there. It's something that goes against my stream and my values. No, not my values, but it goes against my stream. It was a character design potentially of an animal slash human hybrid, also known as a furry, and I told him I would design. I think that the word is persona. Oh god, I'm embarrassed. This is not something I don't know if I would ever do. I jokingly told him that if he ever accumulated 1 million points, I would do that. And I don't know. I don't know if he even remembers. I kind of shouldn't have repeated it because he may not have remembered, and I kind of am hoping he forgot. But now that I'm repeating it, I'm sure it'll make its way back to him. So we'll see. Those guys pay the most out of. No, 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 no. I wasn't actually gonna design him one. I was gonna design myself one. But now everyone knows. I know. I don't even remember if that was the actual promise, and I kind of said it jokingly. But yeah, so I don't know, and I've only done environment since then, so it's a little. I don't know if that's something that I want to do. So we're just gonna pretend I never said it. Hello, Chev's Art. How are you? And for the record, I don't have anything against that kind of art. It's just not what I do, and it just feels like I'm breaking a promise when I do stuff that is not in line with what I prefer to do on stream. So that's where I'm coming from. Oh no, airplane went over the house. What? Yeah, nope, I'm not repeating it. But yeah, how are you, Chevs? But yeah, I mostly paint environments. If you're just coming in for the first time, like Chevs, I do a lot of thumbnails. Today, these were these weren't today's. Well, technically, this was the one. But these were today's. This one made a return from last stream. These were the ones from last stream. Last stream we actually voted on this one instead. Then I scale it up and I work on it more, and it turned into this. Obviously, in this case, I got rid of all the green, and I flipped it around and did some stuff and scaled things, and yeah. So anyway, that's just kind of the goal. We're starting. Hopefully, in the next hour, we'll be able to bring it not quite this far because I did work on this a little bit off stream, but yeah, hopefully we can take this painting and we'll turn it into something. So I did grab a few references, and now I'm going to carve out some quick shapes for the buildings. But I want to make these. I want to figure out what kind of buildings I want. So first, I'm just gonna take this and just do some fun designs. Literally just pointy buildings. $248.50. Was that the time? Was that the time that that stream that you're trying to pin it or something? Is that what you're doing? See, here's the thing, so
I was just recounting a time when I may or may not have made that promise. I don't think that promise is on record anywhere. But I wouldn't put it past Jake to have clipped it or to have recorded it himself and saved it locally. So he might have a clip of me saying what, this thing. But if he doesn't have a screenshot or me saying it verbally, then it's not a valid offer. But that might be the thing that I told him. Might be. But it may never even happen. He's like a little over halfway there. He has a long way to go. I don't even know if I'll be streaming then. I did not. Okay, that was not. I did not promise to do a sombrero stream at 500k followers. Oh, 500,000 followers. Yeah, maybe. It's possible I did. Yeah. I think that's a reasonable one. I will do a sombrero stream and face reveal if I haven't already by then at 500k followers. 500,000. Right now I'm at 7,000. If I make it, let's put it this way. If I make it to 500,000 followers, I feel like I'd probably have to be doing like sombrero streams daily. Like I think at that point you have to be like really catering to the viewers. I can't even imagine. I don't know. That's unlikely. But yeah, I would make that promise. No. Okay, hold on. We have got to amend this. We've got to amend this. It has to be legitimate followers. I don't want. I will. If I ever find out that anyone did anything with follow bots, I will ban you. And I'm not. That's not. I'm not joking. Do not do that. Absolutely do not. Yeah, follow bots will void the whole agreement. Polly, I am ashamed that you would even suggest such a thing. Shame on you. Shame on you, Polly. You know better. Are you ashamed of yourself? Okay, I'm trying to figure out some shapes for this. Hey, Sunny. Oh no, you disappointed him. How are you, Sunny? Okay, so I'm trying to come up with some shapes for these buildings. I'm not sure. I could go the opposite, and go wide. I see a face of the green deco tree in the background. Face? I don't see a face, but it could be there. We could go like this shape, but I don't think so. I think I want these pyramidal shapes. But maybe not all of them. Okay, so now I'm going to try to light up the bottom of these structures. So for example, if this is the backdrop, this roof can actually be a little darker. But I don't want these things to look like gnomes. And then the underside. So this is the hard part because when I draw these things, I'm definitely not thinking about the lighting. I was just making shapes of color that look interesting. But now that I'm actually drawing them, I do need to pay attention to how I'm blocking in the shapes. And it's kind of tough because a lot of it goes against sort of my intuition. Right? A lot of my intuition says the roofs should be lit, but that doesn't make any sense. Because I want the shapes to be interesting. So what I'm actually gonna have to do is make this not be the roof, but this is gonna be the front, like the facade, and then the roof can be back here going up or sideways. So as a result, we can get these square roofs, which I kind of like. Hey, good evening. How are you? You're good, says Sunny. Just doodling your Gobbo D&D character. Oh, nice. That sounds fun. Okay, and little houses back here. Again, the houses are being lit from below. So we're actually getting squarish shapes with little triangles. And I am trying to make patterns of so basically I'm making rectangular shapes, but I'm trying to do like a small, medium, large, try to make things that are interesting, space them out a bit. For example, maybe this part can be a little darker. So I'm kind of zoomed out, and I'm really thinking, I'm trying to do this in abstract terms. So like, where do I want, do I want any lights on this hillside? Well, maybe some up here. Maybe some over here, but very, very sparse. Like maybe one back here could be nice. Most of them are going to be in this area. Maybe there's a pond down here that reflects all the houses. That could be cool. And if this is a pond, maybe we want a darker place down here. I don't really like it when the ponds are reflecting immediately, like every single thing. I like it when there's a little gap. Do I like Bach? Yeah, I don't mind him. So my classical music knowledge is pretty limited. I tend to listen to it on stream because it's just chill and peaceful and easy background music. I actually kind of forget that it's even on. But yeah, I like him. Yeah. I'll be honest though, I don't know if I could pick out Bach music over any others. Like they're all kind of would blend. I don't know. Like I'm not really great at identifying classical musicians or composers. Maybe I could to some. Like if you gave me like famous pieces of music and gave me multiple choice, I could probably do pretty well. But I don't know, actually. I'm not even confident in that statement. To be fair, I wouldn't say his music is relaxing for art. Try Art of Fugue and you'll see what I mean. Yeah, I mean not everything. Like so the music I'm listening to is on a playlist and I tend to listen to it pretty much every stream. And if I don't like it, I'll remove it. If I like it, then I'll keep it. And that's kind of the way it goes. I don't really do much editing to the playlist these days, but I should do that. I should overhaul the playlist. That should be a 2023 goal. Okay, and then in some of these cases, we have bright little lights, which is another way to break up some of these bigger shapes. And then in some of these, we also have dark spots. So we have like dark areas. And then we do have some extremely saturated bright lights, which is kind of interesting. I don't really know what they are, but I think we can put them in our image because I like it. It makes it interesting. be street lights. Something like this. There we go. So yeah, I like that. I think this, it looks kind of nice. I'm not sure if I like the flow of this right here. I feel like this should be, if anything, the other direction. Because this is kind of, we're looking down at this and then we're looking up at this. So I feel like down here, maybe we should bring it forward a bit. So let's try that. Just out of... Hey, do you mind if I share a couple of the doodles? Yes. No, I don't mind. Please do. Very proud of the expression work I did in them. I think this is a share-friendly stream. Yes, absolutely. Back. Been lurking, but I love the glowy green in this piece. Thanks. I do not mind. Oh, the misery. No, I do not mind. Please do share. So yeah, let's try to fix what I just pointed out there. What if some of these come forward? Again, this might look terrible, and that's okay. We're all about looking terrible on the stream. Do I like it like this? I mean, I think some of these could be darker shapes in the foreground, maybe. Or maybe this could be... Yeah, I mean, I do feel like this should be darker. Or more green. I just learned to flip... Wait, he just learned to flip people off. Let's take a look. Got any games on your phone? This character. Let's take a look. Ah. That's fun. That's a fun character. He looks like he's a blast to play. Yeah, he looks like he has a lot of emotion and stuff. I like it. I shall art along again for now. Watching you art always motivates me to open up Krita and draw more. Yeah, Skittle. Do the arting. You should feel bad if you don't. Just kidding. That's not how you motivate people, I don't think. At least I don't think I would want to be motivated that way. That would be not ideal. Is that motivation? I don't know. That's more like guilting. Yeah, you shouldn't feel bad if you're not doing art. Although I do sometimes feel bad if I don't do art. Because I feel like I owe it to myself, and I owe it to you guys. I feel like I just owe it to myself mostly to do art. And I like doing art. And sometimes I feel bad if I'm not, because I feel like this is something that I know... I don't think there is a realistic peak. Like, if you're talking, like, you know, professional sports or chess or something, like, oftentimes you think of, like, oh, there must be a human maximum potential for, like, you know, running the mile or kilometer or whatever, or a marathon, right? Like, surely there's some human limit. Like, I don't think we can even get near that. Like, I don't think any of us have enough dedication and practice and sort of focused and honed in learning process and practice regiment. Like, I don't think that exists. I don't think anyone has... I mean, it just... For everything we know about these very specific tasks, like running, which is extremely focused, right? This is as honed in as I feel like you can get, and we still are constantly breaking records of like what humans are capable of. So like, I don't think we are anywhere near that in like art and how good people can get. I don't think we're even approaching that sort of level. And yet there are people who are so mind-blowing it's insane. And like I don't, when people point at those people like, oh, they must have some special gift, I don't buy it, because I don't think they're even up there, like compared to what we could achieve. Like I don't think anyone practices that well and has that good of sort of understanding of, I don't know, it feels like if you've ever watched like speed running or any of these skills where there's a little bit of like human discovery and like learning things, even these things that are, you know, programmed to be a certain way, people still are, anytime someone says this record will never be broken, it always gets broken. It's basically never happened that someone's made that claim and any extended amount of time went by and it didn't get broken. Like people are like, oh, the Super Mario, you know, unless we find new glitches and stuff, it's never, that speed run's never going to be broken again. And then they said that like, and of course people keep finding new things, or someone plays a perfect game. Like, I don't know. So what am I getting at? I don't know. I think humans are capable of a lot, and I feel like, yeah. So in that regard, I sometimes feel guilty if I'm not practicing, because like I can do better. Like I want to, I don't know. I can always do better. But I don't feel bad if I don't really, like maybe a little bit. But more than anything, I feel good when I do art, right? It's like a, do I feel bad if I don't do it? Maybe a bit. But the main thing is I feel good when I do it. You think too much? Well, I'm not just saying practice. I mean, there's a big difference between practice and, I mean, I feel like we could get into a very philosophical argument about what practicing is. I'm not really saying practice. I'm more saying, like, okay, let's talk about running, for example. The best runners, right? If you want to break the mile or the marathon record, right? It's not just practicing the marathon, right? You have to, your practice includes having healthy diet, includes getting enough rest, it includes having enough recovery period, right? It's optimizing all of these things, including this not running, right? There's a lot of stuff that isn't running that is required to run a really, really fast mile. When I say practice, I'm including all that other stuff, right? Like, that's part of your practice. If you want to be a peak performer in anything, it's not just do the thing a ton. Like, that's like people, when people say, oh, you know, you got to practice, and they don't define what it is. That doesn't just mean draw over and over. It could be go out and learn the prerequisite knowledge, right? You're never going to be, you know, you don't just go practice engineering without, no, you study engineering first, right? You got to go, there's prerequisites, right? You'll have to eat healthy, you have to sleep, you have to get rest, you need to make sure your brain is in peak condition. Like, it's not as simple as just go draw. Drawing, I mean, okay, let's, using a sports analogy again, if you say just go practice running, right, it's not just practicing running. It might be doing leg exercises, right? Or stretches, or building, you know, maybe it's weight training, right? A better example would be to practice basketball. You don't just play full games of basketball. You also do drills. I think I hear a knock on my door. I will be right back. Oh, I'm back. It was an Amazon delivery. I got a package in the mail. I think a pair of pants or something, or maybe it could be. No, I don't. The package was too big to be my phone. I haven't opened it. I ordered a few things in preparation for traveling. Some just additional things. I am getting a new phone just so it's has like proper storage space, and I need a new plan. So they offered a, so I could get a cheap phone. It was a cheap newer phone. It was better. Basically, it was free, but with getting like a upgrading my plan so that I can actually have internet. Um, but that I don't think that was it. Let's see, what else did I order? I ordered a few things. Don't use new shoes while traveling. Yeah, I've heard that. I also had heard if you're going hiking, uh, like there's a lot of weird things. Like my dad, he always had these little like not travel tips because he wasn't a traveler, but he did like hiking and stuff. And one of his big ones was cut your toenails before you go hiking, but do it like a week before, or like a week before you go. Don't do it right before, in case you like cut your toenails too short or something. You don't want to be sore, and so you want to have proper time for like you don't want your toenails to be overgrown if you're hiking. I don't know why. I don't remember why that was like a thing I remember, but it's like okay, yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. I'm Yeah, like you don't want shoes that are giving you blisters while you're walking around and traveling. But it also depends on what you're doing. Just because you're traveling doesn't mean you're necessarily walking more than normal. Some people are very active already. You can tell toenail advice comes from experience. Seriously. Geo Wizard felt that advice in one of his straight line missions. Did he? Did he actually? Oh, wait, new shoe advice or toenail advice? Definitely had some sore toes. That's funny. Let's see. What other advice? The toenail advice. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've never actually known anybody who it happened to. I mean, I assume maybe my dad, but yeah. Let's see. What other advice? A lot of foot related ones. Like always bring an extra pair of socks, in case you maybe you step in a puddle or something, and you need to put something on your feet while you let dry out your shoes. I don't know, stuff like that. Like he was always sort of preparing for stuff, and a lot of it was feet related. Funny enough, I think he was someone who kind of, I guess, yeah. If you can't move and you're in the wild, you might not survive. When you're very specific advice from experience, yeah, isn't that weird? What else? Also, do I like this? I kind of like this paint. Gosh, this is reminding me of Andreas Roca painting a bit. He has a painting that's similar, but I haven't looked at it, and I'm afraid to look at it because I think I'm gonna be too heavily influenced by it. But I saw it like I don't know. It's funny. I don't really look at his art that much, like not his gallery, but I swear he has a painting that looks like this. But I don't think it is like this. I think it's different. Maybe I've just seen so much of his stuff. I'm just like, I, I I'm influenced by his stuff. Just I feel like I have a good memory for some things like this, but I don't think his painting looks like this. I hope it doesn't. I hope I'm doing something somewhat interesting and original. But I swear he does have some color palettes that are quite blue like this. Yeah, I don't know of any other advice like that. Speaking of advice, though, what about travel advice? Since I am traveling here, it's always fun to think of travel advice. What are people's travel advice? Anyone have any? If you're at a campsite where you have to pay for it, but putting money for it by putting money in an envelope and then in a collection box, don't do it. Wait for the ranger to come and give it to them directly. Oh, that's smart. Yeah. Oh, speaking of campsites, even things like, leave the place. This isn't so much advice, more as wisdom. Like, leave the campsite in better condition than you found it. That was always one my dad always sort of preached. Am I going on a long trip? Not a long trip. I'm going to spend a week in Europe. in Austria in February. So it's actually kind of a short trip for being abroad, I think. I think typically when you travel to a different country like that, you typically stay a little longer, maybe because travel, flight costs and stuff. But no, it's gonna be fun. Always bringing a battery bank thing on the event, your phone running out. Yeah, true. It is gonna be a lot of fun. Just don't end up in Australia. Oh crap! I booked the wrong continent. No. Can you imagine? You think you're going to Austria, but you actually went to Australia? How that would be way too embarrassing of a story to tell. I feel like if that actually happened, I would not tell anyone. I would just make up an excuse. Say I got cold feet of flying by, I'm afraid of flying and I decided not to go. And yeah, I don't know how I could live with myself if I did that. Unless there's a Vienna airport in Austria, I think I'm okay. Or sorry, in Australia. Ah, yes, you want to visit. I mean, imagine. Okay. Oh God, imagine there was a Sydney, Austria, like a Sydney airport in Austria or something. Because I know America does this all the time, right? We have a Vancouver, we have like we have a Vienna, for example. We have a Vienna, U.S. We have um we have like all these famous places that are just like named after like places named after famous places. Can you imagine you think you're going to like actual Vienna and you end up just you're not even traveling you're just staying in the US. You arrive at what you think is a separate country and lo and behold you're back in the US. Like that would be so disappointing. I feel like that alone should be enough to change your name. Like screw places that name cities that name themselves at like is there yeah, it's ridiculous anyway. Yeah, I think only America does that. Trying to like steal names and reclaim things as their own. It's very American. Among other places, I suppose. I'm sure all sorts of places do that. Georgia and Georgia would be another one. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Well, but even cities though, there's I think there's a Portland, Maine, and Portland isn't really the same, because Portland is just a city and it's not big elsewhere. But like, there's multiple Portlands. I think there's multiple. Um, I feel like there's is there a Paris? There might be a Paris, city. Liverpool and Liverpool, Australia. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. There's a Paris, Texas, Peru, Illinois. Wait, there's a Peru, Illinois. Oh God. Marseille. Wait, do you say Marseille? Wait, is there really a Peru, Illinois? Oh God. Well, the problem with the cities though, no Tsu, is that when you're flying, the airports are often named after the cities they're in. So you'll have like it'll say like the first letters of the airport will like sort of if they can they will you'll know like for example the Pasco airport, which is what I'm flying out of, is PSC. So phonetically it sounds like right Pasco, so you can tell that this is the Pasco airport. Imagine you're flying to Paris and you're going to this airport, right? You're like, oh, this must be the right airport, right? I'm flying to Paris. Well, no, you're actually flying to the city's airport named Paris, right? So sometimes you could definitely get confused. I don't know if that's actually the case though. With some airports are weird names, but yeah, I could see if somebody making a mistake. I mean, hopefully by the cost of the flight and the duration, it'd be tipped off. You know, if you see a 16-hour flight, you know it's probably not within the U.S. Anyway. What? There are 34 towns or cities in the United States named Springfield. Wait, is there really? I looked up to make sure it didn't change. That is insane. Is there really 34? I only know of Springfield, Illinois, because that's where the Simpsons live. Or wait, or do they live in do they live in Springfield, Massachusetts, which is not it's like not there right across the border from Springfield, Illinois, and in Springfield, Illinois is the real place. And I think the Simpsons, didn't they technically live in a fake Springfield that was right across the border from the real Springfield? I think that was the story that I remember. But it's either they live in Illinois or they live in Massachusetts isn't by Illinois. I don't actually know where the Simpsons live. I think it's Illinois though. That's the only Springfield I know of. But yeah, dang, 34 of them. That's insane. I'd like to know if any state. I mean, surely they do, right? Yeah, actually, Polly, can you be the researcher for today's stream? You should get on that and figure it out. If any state has 2 cities named Springfield, can you imagine Again, this is like, imagine you're going to visit relatives. Wait, they live in Oregon? No way. Is that real? They did an episode where they confirmed it? Oh. I swear they did a Illinois episode too. Okay, I'll trust you, Basilisk. That's interesting. I wonder when did that episode come out? I wonder if that was like a recent. There's a freaking map, man. But imagine you're gonna go visit relatives in Springfield, Oregon, or something, or in Springfield with 5 Springfields, and you arrive in the wrong city, and then they're like, no, not that city. You're like, okay, and then you go to the other one, and they're like, oh nope, that's the wrong one too. Okay, let's take a look. Oh my God, Wisconsin and. Can you imagine you live in Wisconsin or Virginia? Is that Virginia? I think so. 5 Springfields in both Virginia and Wisconsin. Jesus, people. Thank God there's no Springfield, Washington. I am lucky to be in one of the states without a Springfield. More imaginative. Seriously, these are some unimaginative people. I say this as I think I'm painting like a copy from memory on accident of a painting that I've seen. So maybe I need to be more imaginative too? I don't know. I'm really curious how close this is to the Andreas Rochka painting. I think it's pretty close, and it's kind of upsetting me the more that I think about it. because I feel like I came up with this on my own. But the more that I'm painting on it, the more that I'm kind of getting that tingly spider sense. My spidey sense is going off. But we'll see. Okay, let's see. There's a Tarzan, Texas, Blackout, Texas. They have no streetlights. Wait, does Blackout, Texas really not have any streetlights? What's the population? I feel like you'd have to have like a population of 100. There's a Starbucks in or Starbuck in Washington, and I think their population last I saw was like 63. Let me see. Hold on. Starbuck, Washington populate. They used to have a population sign in there. With a 2023 population of 116. Dang, they've doubled since I last saw it. The current population of Starbuck, Washington is 116 based on our projections of the latest US Census estimates. The latest US Census in 2020 recorded the population at 161. Oh, dang, they've declined. Oh, no. Poor Starbuck. Poor Starbuck went from like 150 to 100. They've lost a third of their population. I wonder if it's by... Oh, no. Poor town. I can't imagine they're doing well economically. Like you must have. I mean, imagine just the budget for your town is so tiny. Like, there's no way you like. Do they even bother collecting taxes? Like, what could you pay for? Like, you'd have like $100 a month or a year to do stuff with. Sorry, we for this year's budget for our streets, we can buy half of a street light, you know? Like, what do you even do? How does that work? Apparently, whoever makes the streetlights for many areas in the US and Canada accidentally made them purple. I want to do a US road trip to the most ridiculously named places, like Dinosaur, Colorado. Ridiculously named or awesomely named? Okay, I'm gonna take a smudge tool and I'm gonna smudge this. American Fork. Wait. Is the town actually called American Fork or is it just called Fork? Because I feel like American Fork is the most ridiculously named thing I've ever heard. Unless it was like German Fork, in which case being in America would be really weird. American Fork. So where do you live? Oh, I live in American Fork. What? Is that one place or? Have you seen Truth or Consequences? Wait, is that a name of a city? Jeez, Americans are bad at naming stuff. I mean, I knew we were bad, but that's just next level. I drove past Bug Tussle, Oklahoma. Bug Tussle, huh? Dang. That is great. Okay, so I am still trying to work on this. It's coming along slowly. I'm trying to add a little bit of color into the shadows. Some lighting. Sorry, not in the shadows, in the reflections. There's a place in Texas called Cut and Shoot. Huh. That doesn't surprise me at actually. See, that doesn't surprise me at all for Texas. If there's a place in Texas called anything that's related to guns, I'm like, yep, that's on par. Good old Texas. It's pretty hard to surprise me with gun-related names in the US. It might be weird for other places, but not the US. Especially not Texas. Alright. Okay, this is something. What about the foreground? Do I want to put stuff in the foreground? I kind of feel like I don't. I mean, I feel like I should, but I don't know what I want to do here. Weru. How are you, Weru? I kind of feel like I should put some trees or something here. No, that looks funky. I mean, I don't think I want to put the bright lights, though. I mean, I could put some of the bright lights in there, but then I think that's too bright. So what do I want to do here? I'm trying to think how I want to bring this foreground into the mid. Like, how do I bridge this area? I gotta think about this. Maybe I'll just do these graphic shapes. Some like so maybe it implies like a river or something. What if we do another shape like this? That could be a thing. There's little houses here. But see, now I feel like if there's all these houses here, we should totally put some lights in them. And how do I light them up without making them feel weird? I mean, I guess I could do that. Is that weird? The little houses in the foreground with the lighting. I mean, I feel like that totally changes the vibe of it, right? Like, there's no way that these houses would be lit and these wouldn't. These look like little faces. Or maybe some of these houses have little lights over here. I guess it kind of makes sense, actually. Okay, I lived in a city called Dubuque. I don't know how to say it. Dubuque.
and their whole claim to fame was two things. They had the best tasting tap water and the world's steepest and shortest railroad, allegedly. It was literally called the elevator. Wow, what an amazing claim to fame. Hold on, let's see. Oh, dang. Sorry, there are no tours or activities available to book online for the dates you selected. Please choose a different date. Dang, they're all booked out. Number 3 of 109 attractions in Dubuque. I am curious, what other attractions are there in Dubuque? Let's dive into this. Hold on. All right, sorry, we're taking a detour here to learn about this exciting town of Dubuque. They have a National Mississippi River Museum. All right, that's actually okay. Fenelon Place elevator. Oh, is that the elevator thingy? Yeah, that's not exciting. The world's steepest and shortest railway. Yeah, that's. I mean, I guess pat yourself on the back. Eagle Point Park. That looks nice. Okay, I like this. Botanical Gardens. Okay, gotta. I mean, look, botanical gardens are nice, right? Like, you can't. Any botanical gardens are amazing. So, gotta hand it to them. I'd like to go there. That looks nice. But I mean, Mines of Spain. Wait. You're telling me a short railroad is more exciting than this? This is way cooler. Look at this place. This is way cooler than their railroad, but apparently it's number 5. If I asked you, what is there to see? You say you've got to see the elevator. I mean, like, this is way cooler. There's, like, some dude who built, like, a pretend tower. I mean, that's pretty cool. Great views and trails. Okay, sorry, I'm just looking up Dubuque. Just this exciting town. Okay, let's see. Crystal Lake Cave. That's pretty cool. See, these are all way cooler. Yeah, look at these. This is way cooler than whatever nonsense was in their top 3. I don't know who is more excited about going to a short railway called the elevator that goes up a hill a little ways. Literally the shortest. This is cool. See, I would like the turtle. All right. It's not bad. What else they got? They got a Stone Cliff Winery. Okay, wineries are not exciting. There's like I think my town is 190 some wineries, or maybe we're over 200 now. So I'm not excited about a winery. Sorry. Riverwalk. That's a bridge. We have those. Everyone has those. A church. Okay, now we're stretching here. All right, Dubuque. You're number 9th on your list of 91 or however many activities. Your 9th is a church. You have a mountain, but that's cool. Skiing is always fun. Another winery. Yeah, nope. Art, that's cool, I guess. At least it's unique to that place. Oh, a monument. Okay. A casino. No. Grand Harbor. I mean, I guess maybe casinos. I guess people go to Vegas for casinos. Grand Harbor Resort and Water Park. Water parks are cool. Another casino. Okay, I feel like they're really stretching now. They're talking okay, museums. A public library is one of the places to see. Come on. I mean, some of these are really just silly. A distilling company. I mean, come on. Breweries. I feel McDonald Park. Okay, anyway. Enough of that. Back to art. Sorry for the intermission of trying to figure out what to do in Dubuque. Which state is it in? I don't even know what state we're in. Mississippi, maybe? Iowa. Oh, it's Iowa. Okay. It's in Iowa. Gotcha. Well, next time I'm in Iowa, I will know to go visit the local casino and a very short elevator. or it's called the elevator, but it's actually a railway. That'll be exciting. No, but those caves looked cool. The caves did look cool. I'll admit. I would see that if I was stopping by there. Yeah, some towns and their claims to fame are pretty silly. You could book your trip there instead of Austria. Seriously, I might be reconsidering. Uh, yeah. You can tell I didn't do my research properly if I somehow passed that spot by. Imagine that wasn't on my radar. I was told directly that the elevator had the best view in all of Iowa, which is bold. That is bold. Quite a bold claim. I mean, does Iowa have like mountains and stuff? See, I feel like that would be a claim that somebody in Florida would make, because isn't Florida the flattest state in the US? Iowa is so flat. Oh, is it? Okay. Well, that's cool then. I mean, I guess. It's super flat. Okay. I think Florida was supposed to be the flattest, but I imagine some of those other states are pretty dang flat. Anyway, why are we talking about Iowa? I don't care about Iowa. This is the least exciting conversation, or maybe it's not. Maybe it's a great conversation, and people love to learn about Iowa. It's your fault. It's okay. I appreciate it. We learned a lot about Iowa. I mean, the takeaway from today's stream is going to be you learned some things about Iowa. Hey, Octahannah, what is your favorite part of Iowa? We were just talking about some random tiny town in the middle of nowhere, its main claim to fame is it has the shortest railroad ever, which is also steep. And their local library is quite the attraction, I hear. I know nothing about Iowa. Yeah, me neither. I don't even know how we're on this topic, but yeah, how's it going? Hello, Nex. How are you? Okay, I feel like this is we have these two lines, and I feel like we need to make this go up here. So I'm gonna put another tower or building right up there. Okay, I'm gonna get bold here in the next 5 minutes before I end stream. I've learned something new. I've learned a couple things new. I mean, I also even just learned how to pronounce that city's name because I never would have known. I love throwing creepy places I've lived. Oh wait! You've actually. Oh, I missed that part that you lived there. That's hilarious. You had a great time. Even I did. I didn't. I missed that part that you lived there. So wait, have you been on the railway and have you been in the caves? That's pretty exciting, kinda. Honestly, I feel like my town would have got to be about as boring as that almost. It's up there. No, but I've been at the top of the railway. I did frequent the parks and caves though. Okay, that's cool. But yeah, Hannah, I hope you're doing well. All right, I'm gonna get really, really brave here, and I'm gonna merge all that. The brave part's not merging my painting. That's a thing I do all the time. The brave part is going to be trying to introduce another color. I'm doing good, thank you. Glad to hear it. So first things first, I'm gonna do edit, and I'm gonna go to hue saturation. I'm gonna crank up the saturation. I don't actually think I need to. I'm just curious what happens when I dial it back.
Does it start looking too gray? Or too blue? In this case, I'm actually bringing back some of the green, but I'm still making the blue quite vibrant. Apparently, the railway was built because a rich man didn't want to drive to work every day, so he built his house at the top of a cliff from his work and paid someone to run the railway twice a day. Once he needed to go to work and once. Wait, instead of having someone like just drive him like a taxi? Because that would be. I mean, imagine he's like, you know what? I want to make a stop on my way home from work. He couldn't even do that, right? Because it's a railway. Imagine he instead just paid a driver to pick him up. Wow, that guy is not very. Some people just. I don't know. Some people. Alright. So, I'm happy with this so far. But the one thing that I am going to change or try is what just happens if I take like an airbrush and just start painting some purple in here. Some purple glow back there. Can I get the colors to vibe? Is that even an expression? Vibing colors? I don't know. Putting like a little haze around here. I feel like sometimes just adding a little bit of nuance to the color can really go a long way. Like making some of these dark blues a little bit more purpley. See, like, I think this makes it look way nicer. It's different. Oh, or maybe not, actually. That might have been a little overkill. That actually might have been overkill. Let's grab the purple, but this time we'll do an action overlay. Lovely color combo. Yeah, I might have done a little bit much, though, there. I'm doing it purple overlay now. I don't want the whole thing to be purple, but I'm just trying to bring back some of the darkness that I had. But I don't want to lose. I mean, this would be ridiculous, right? Yeah, this is way too dark. I think. What's it? Yeah, but I am just messing around with color a little bit. I think at this point I'm not really trying. Oh, what's happening here? This is crazy how it makes it way dark, way bluer. I don't want that. But see, I do think there's an element here that I made it better. Let's see. What else can I do here? I do feel like maybe I could even get some darker colors in the shadows down here. And then maybe in here. some of these. The blue's pretty saturated, which I like. Some of this is not, which I'm not sure if I like. Oh, I know what I can do. So there's no leaves. I can totally put some messy shapes over here, where we just get a little bit of silhouette breaking and maybe some leaves in here. I feel like this kind of thing would be nice. Maybe not. It might be a bit much, but I'm on a new layer, so if it's terrible, then and then of course back here I need some. I mean, I don't need them, but I want them. It also gives me some room to sort of polish up some of this stuff. Make some interesting negative shapes. So basically, back here, I'm kind of polishing out shapes, making things have interesting contours. Just trying to break up some of the monotony, you know? What gave me the ideas up here, I wanted to sort of break some of these. But I don't need them to be super nice. Like, they can be blurry and soft. Same here. And we can put some over here. I feel like these leaves help soften up stuff a bit. Again, I don't even know if this is a good choice, but I think it is. I'm pretty happy with these types of choices I make typically. I think anything that adds a sort of a I think complexity is good when it's sort of like background noise. I think I don't know if you... So I very, very rarely bring up like modern art or like, you know, modern fine art. Because it's just too different and I don't know how to even talk about it in a way that is at all constructive. But there is a quality about some of it that I do appreciate. It's that feeling that, like, even when someone is painting like a white canvas with white paint, right? There's like, but they use like a small brush, and there's this element of like, there's a lot of brush strokes and there's a complexity to it. If they didn't just take a one big brush in one color and paint it white, there's like this textured look of like multiple whites, and you know, it's like something was put on there and rubbed off and put back on there and rubbed off again, and you have a lot of this like movement, and there's like stuff happening in the nothingness, if that makes sense. And I will say, oftentimes that is the one quality of some of those paintings that I find quite interesting, even when they're like those most mundane subjects ever, like here's a white canvas. That is one quality that I do appreciate, and I think there are aspects, like if you're gonna paint a giant piece of dark tree like this, where it's just one big shape, you can still come in here and you can shift the hue around, right? And you can, you know, add some purple, or, you know, maybe come in here and add some purple, right? You can come in here and do these little subtleties that give it a little bit of interest, because it is just one big shape, but surely we can make it a little bit more interesting. So if there's one thing from like all that the modern art type stuff that that I think is a good takeaway, it is that. It's to add interesting variety even to the most mundane stuff. Sometimes it's implied shadows, where you just make it ever so slightly darker, or you shift the color temperature a bit. And that's something I want to do more of. I think some people do a really good job of that. Also, this shape is not good. We have two parallels here that are just identical. All three of those. Oof. Always amazes me that everything you do looks so awesome. No. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. That is very kind of you to say. I don't agree that everything I do looks awesome, but yeah. I do want to give some shout out to Andreas Roca, though. He is an artist who I absolutely, I don't want to say stole this idea from with this glowy village, but I feel like he had, I don't even know if his village or if his glowy painting is a village. It might be like mushrooms or something, but there's totally a blue and neon green painting of his, and this definitely has some things that make me think of it. So again, I don't know how close it is because I haven't looked. And probably I haven't seen that painting in like over a year probably. But I totally feel like it could be a little close. I don't know. I think last time I felt this way about a painting, I ended up looking at the original that I thought I was copying, and I realized I had different colors and a different composition and different subject matter. Like I just remembered it wrong. So it could be the case that I just don't know what I'm talking about. Or maybe I'm a little close for comfort, so there's that. But no, I'm liking this one. I'm having a good time with it. Um, Even little subtleties like this, I think, can be really nice. Where it's like, oh, these lights are green. Well, let's light up around these areas, just a tiny bit. Could be an area in a Souls game, like a Dark Souls game, or just like Souls like spirits, spirit souls. Yeah, because I could totally see spirity souls. Oh, Dark Souls. Okay. Yeah, I haven't really played Dark Souls much at all. I tried to play it the first one a little. It was okay. It wasn't really my style of game. I never really cared for a game where memorization is the winning strat, so to speak. Like you learn where all the threats are. Or like learning boss patterns. I never really cared for that. I was thinking that this could be something in a game, such a mood. Yeah, it'd be cool. It was okay. Well, yeah, I mean, look, the game was great in the sense that I know it's a good game. But yeah, it just wasn't really for me. Don't think it was my style of game. Yeah, I've never been a fan of learning boss patterns and like. I mean, I think it's okay. Like, I'm okay with learning some boss patterns and like what their attacks are and stuff. But I don't like that to be like the only thing. It just feels I don't know. I think some people really love that. I mean, I think it's okay, but for some reason, that's all I associated with Dark Souls. Yeah, that's probably fair next. Yeah, I think for me, what it felt like was it was all about memorization, but it wasn't actually applying the skills. Because I think there's a big difference. Like, technically, applying skills, so you have to memorize things first and know when to apply them. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't think I played it far enough or enough. I never really got into it. I had roommates that really loved it, and I was happy to sit back and watch them or let them let them play those games. I never really cared for those too much. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna call this one finished.
for now. All right. Time to save, and we will find somebody to raid. Who shall we raid? We could raid Chlor. Chlor is always a good person to raid. Yeah, I don't know who to raid. Let's find somebody to raid. So I do want to say thank you all for being here. Thank you to Silas A for the raid. That was very welcomed earlier at the start of stream. I don't know who stuck around this whole time. Probably nobody, considering it's been 4 hours. But if anybody is still here from the Silas A raid, thank you. That's extremely crazy and generous of you to still be here. It looks amazing thanks to stream. Yeah. I appreciate it. Maybe the foreground's a little dark. I think the foreground's dark. Right? Is the foreground too dark? I don't know. I think the shape is just not... Hold on, I gotta fix it. I can't let it go. I mean, I'm not like a crazy attention to detail person, but dang, this foreground thing just does not sit right with me. Well, I think dark foregrounds do give depth, but I think this one... I don't know if the shapes are good. I think they're not good. I'll just imply some houses here. There. I mean, now there's a tangent, but okay, there we go. Okay, that'll work. I think that's better. Maybe. Good stream. Hey, Hannah! Long time no see. You lurked the whole time, but I was here. No. Though now I'm heading out. Yeah, I mean, like, everybody's heading out because I'm ending the stream. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. Thanks for being here. All right, we are gonna raid somebody. Let's see. Who shall we raid? Oh, there's somebody paying environments. And they have a lot of viewers. I think it's environments. Their name is Serene Art. They're French though, and I don't speak French. They do say French/English. I'm raiding. I'm gonna find somebody to raid. I don't know who though. Let me see if they're speaking French. Okay, they are speaking French. I don't want to interrupt their French. I don't know. So we are gonna raid instead Chlor. I think. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we're gonna raid Chlor. Chlor's a fun person to raid. It's just, she's chill. I almost typed the raid call in the message /raid Chlor. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate you. I will be live on Thursday with more painting. Gosh, I hope so. I need to start uploading stuff. I feel like even like this painting, I feel like is good enough for me to just upload. And this painting is another thing that I feel like is good enough to upload almost. Yeah, I need to get on it and get with it and do the social mediaing. I don't know what you want to call it. I need to do that. And yeah, thank you all for being here. Take care and be well. stay healthy, hydrate, stretch, all the stuff, and save your art. So yeah, thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. See ya.